it is called. Will that force go in before Hamas disarms? That's a possibility that we should take into consideration, because what you saw between the UN resolution and, sorry for mixing two different parties here, and today's visit in Washington of Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, what you're seeing is an American departure of close cooperation and coordination with Israel. Oh, I see you already have it on the in the background.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you probably knew what I was going to say. Anyways, to make a long story short, look, Israel has issues with this resolution, which it could not air because it was a U.S. initiative, as I said earlier, and the Palestinians do, at least Hamas does, and whether we like it or not, of course we don't, but whether we like it or not, they are a part of this equation, and so the implementation of the next phases, irrespective of this grand, historic, call it what you want, resolution, is almost intractable.
Yeah, and I really, you did mention a lot of really important points that I do want to touch on, but just
Please.
Recently you said that there is a big shift in Washington's, position on a Palestinian state. This UN resolution signals a big shift. Do you think that it's hurting U.S.-Israel relations? Because just recently we had Prime Minister Netanyahu saying at the weekly cabinet meeting that there will not be a Palestinian state west of the Jordan, like he strongly condemned that.
Right.
So do you see this becoming an issue?
He's been adamant and vociferous and consistent about this in his defense, but not in his defense. He never, ever offered an alternative. And what you see now is an American administration that, number one, is much more amenable to Saudi, Qatari, and Emirati pressures and sway as opposed to Israel. Israel's standing in the U.S. is the lowest it's been since the 1950s. And that includes the Republican Party, according to consistent polls, not to mention the Democratic Party. In other words, Mr. Netanyahu maneuvered Israel, or himself for that matter, into a position in which he has very little levers of power to pull and very little clout in Washington. The second important thing is that the U.S., the U.S. support for a Palestinian state has been 40, 50 years long. He is the first president who's actually, there was Clinton, but Clinton accepted the Oslo Accords as a given. He was not part of that. But that's back in the 90s. What you see from Donald Trump is a commitment, not to a Palestinian state tomorrow morning, but to a level of acceptance of the general Arab position, particularly the Saudi, the Qatari, the Emirati, and the Egyptian, to a degree that we haven't seen before. And yes, that affects the U.S.-Israel relationship.
Mm-hmm. And, as you rightfully mentioned before, I want to talk about Hamas for a minute, because they're not only rejecting the resolution, they're also claiming that they refuse to disarm, and they're using the rhetoric such as, resisting the occupation. And we've been down this path before. But when the original ceasefire, the U.S.-backed ceasefire proposal, which was originally agreed on by both sides, already by Hamas as well, it said there that Hamas will disarm. They essentially already agreed to that, although it was considered phase 2 and not phase 1. So now that they're coming out and saying we won't disarm, isn't that kind of taking a step backwards? What's your take on that?
Of course, and I'm happy you say that, because every time I mention that, people say, "Oh, you're pessimistic, or you're skeptical, or you're a party pooper, or you're pouring cold water or ice on everyone's." Look, there was a moment in which the ceasefire, and particularly the accompanying return of our hostages, was celebrated for all the good reasons, and everyone was happy, and people sort of overlooked the ceasefire agreement. And Hamas, look, let's not lose touch with the bigger picture here. There was Netanyahu, Mr. Netanyahu, who for 2 years claimed total victory and annihilation of Hamas and evisceration. I wish it were true. It is not. There are 20,000 armed Hamas terrorists, militiamen, activists, call it what you want, roaming around Gaza, the rubble in Gaza. No international force, Devo, will go in as long as they are armed. In fact, if an international force does go in, then that severely inhibits and constricts Israel's ability to operate in Gaza. So what Hamas is basically saying now is not without foundation. They're saying, look, we looked at the U.S. resolution or draft resolution that was accepted 13-0. But there seems not to be any Palestinian component here. Everyone is saying, yeah, a future Palestinian state, yes, Palestinian self-determination, provided that the Palestinian Authority reforms. That's none of our business. You're basically taking Gaza and moving it or transferring it to an international trusteeship without any Palestinian state. That is their claim. And unless Egypt and Turkey and Qatar and the Emirates and Saudi Arabia, none of which is a close friend of Israel, unless they talk them out of this, I just don't see. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is a step back, and I just cannot see and fathom the next phases being implemented. Again, I'm sorry to be sounding pessimistic.
No, I happen to agree with you, but I just want to recap. So your take on this resolution is that it might potentially just be all talk, and we'll just have to wait and see what actually gets implemented on the ground?
Well, yes, but there's a big 800-pound gorilla, elephant, you choose your cliche, in the room, and that is Donald Trump. We don't know how engaged he will remain. We all know that he's erratic and that his attention span is very narrow and that his patience is very small. Okay. If he remains engaged and the visit of MBS, of Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, plus the UN resolution, creates a sense in Trump's mind that he's on the verge of something historic, and he will remain engaged, then I do see the U.S. coercing Israel, or even bringing about, deliberately or inadvertently, an election in Israel. Because what's in that resolution, Devo, is something that this particular specific Israeli government cannot live with. Right. And that may trigger an election. And you know what happens when there's an election in this country? Everything it comes to a standstill for about 6 months, and nothing happens. And that will include the further implementation because Israel of the plan. Because Israel will say no to Turkish soldiers, no to Indonesian, yes to this, no to the Palestinian Authority. Well, hey, the Japanese and the Swedes are not going to send soldiers here. So Israel's going to have to look at the list and say, yes, we agree to this, or we can't live with this, ergo, we have to go for an election because the coalition cannot sustain this.
Interesting. And we almost have to wrap up, but just before I let you go, I have one more question to ask you because I like to ask all my interviewees since it seems like it keeps slipping through the cracks. When we talk about the future of Gaza, the resolution does not address the issue of indoctrination. It discusses aid and welfare, but not education, which in my opinion is crucial. So, let's say the Gaza Strip is rebuilt with proper resources and a good plan and a good government. How can we prevent an entire generation of essentially, war-stricken, traumatized Gazans from continuing to indoctrinate to hate and inflict terror on Israel? Do you see a solvable pathway out of this?
In 3 words, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Look, the resolution not only fails to mention indoctrination, it also fails, indirectly talks about Palestinian self-determination, but it does not specifically mention the West Bank and what's happening in the West Bank in terms of settler violence and Palestinian violence and an ongoing what the world sees as an occupation and borderline apartheid, et cetera. I'm using the words the international media is using. You can't begin to tackle the issue of indoctrination and education in Gaza unless you somehow connect it to the West Bank. Now, I would imagine that this is covered by the general, very vague and ambiguous The Palestinian Authority needs to reform. Okay. When will that happen? Who's going to be in charge of this reform? Will it be Mahmoud Abbas? Will the Israeli government be the same? I don't know, which is why I go back to my I don't know mantra.
Well, we'll take it as it is. Alan Pinkas, thank you so much for your analysis today. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Devo.
And in more diplomatic news, President Trump is reportedly advancing plans to sell F-35 fighter jets to the Saudis. Now, the news comes just before the arrival of Mohammed bin Salman to the White House to meet with Trump. And speaking from the Oval Office to reporters, this is what Trump had to say on the matter.
Yeah, no, I am planning on doing that. Yeah.
You're going
they
to
want
sell
to buy it. They've
F-35s?
been a great ally. They've got to like us very much. Look at the Iran situation, what we did in terms of obliterating, we obliterated their nuclear capability. Yeah, I will say that we will be doing that. We'll be selling F-35s. Yeah.
And despite Trump's insisting that the Saudis remain a great ally of the United States, the Pentagon has warned that Saudi Arabia's ties with China could put potentially F-35 technology at risk. And U.S. officials are also concerned about preserving Israel's military edge in the region. Several Republican lawmakers, mostly backed by AIPAC, say they will oppose the sale unless Riyadh agrees to normalize relations with Israel. And in another arms development, Germany has renewed its arms sales contract with Israel. Germany says it will restart weapons exports to Israel following over a month of a ceasefire in Gaza. Now, the German government confirms that arms shipments will resume after an embargo that was placed recently, and it will begin resuming on November 24th after Berlin suspended the sales of any military equipment that could be used in Gaza. This happened back in August, a move made as Israel prepared its ground offensive into Gaza City. Germany, Israel's second largest arms supplier after the United States, says conditions have now, quote, stabilized under the first phase of the Israel-Hamas peace agreement, which took effect on October 10th. This decision clears the way for critical defense supplies to Israel. Have a listen to the words of German government spokesperson Sebastian Thiel.
Die mit der Pressemitteilung der Bundesregierung vom 8. August 2025 bekanntgegebenen Beschränkungen zum Rüstungsexport nach Israel werden aufgehoben. Die Aufhebung wird ab dem 24. November 2025 in Vollzug gesetzt. Und Hintergrund dessen ist, wir haben ja immer hier gesagt, wir werden im Lichte der Entwicklungen vor Ort diese Praxis überprüfen. Und wie Sie gerade selber ja schon erwähnt haben, seit dem 10. Oktober haben wir einen Waffenstillstand in Gaza und der hat sich auch grundsätzlich stabilisiert.
And we have breaking news, initial reports of a terror attack coming out of Judea and Samaria, specifically Judea, just south of Jerusalem. There are reportedly a few people injured, and the terrorists have reportedly been neutralized, but we will keep you updated with the developments as they come into us. But first, joining me now to break down some of these stories about the arms sales is geopolitics expert Yiftach Burman of the Middle East Learning Academy and Bar Ilan University. Yiftach, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So Israel's qualitative military edge, what's that about? The thing we discussed. Do you mind, breaking it down? Why is it in America's best interest that Israel's military remains a powerhouse in the Middle East?
Well, Israel's QME, the qualitative edge, military edge, is something that is guaranteed since 2008 by the U.S. Congress. Israel acts as, in the past, for many times as a frontal avant-garde for the U.S., protecting its assets with the most advanced weaponry. What Israel always needed was not the quantity, but the quality. The F-35 guaranteed it, but Israel has an extra element that is seldom discussed, the ability and the authorization from the U.S. administration to apply its own devices, its own electronic platforms to these different US platforms, such as the F-35, has all these advanced systems. The QME is imperative for Israel's defense and attack capabilities simply because there are so many weapons in the Middle East, but the best quality, and we've seen this versus Russian platforms and Iranian platforms, the ability to defend one's skies and attack different platforms, as we've seen in Iran during the 12-day war in June, almost unscathed. This is something that is imperative for the U.S. to have Israel be able to do. Partly, it's because then the U.S. doesn't have to intervene.
Interesting, because you mentioned Iran, and if one could say that arming Saudi Arabia and kind of giving them this this extra power is a direct contra to Iran, who is the other technically global superpower in the Middle East. Is that kind of the reason behind Trump's insistence on this deal, despite being advised otherwise, or is there maybe something else going on here?
Well, potentially it's the Saudis' insistence and the reason why they would want the F-35s. I think that because the Saudis are so insistent, this is why Trump is leaning towards agreeing to the armament deal, not necessarily because he thinks that the Saudis will attack Iran and defend Israel on the day after. This would be a part of a more intricate multinational aerial defense alliance that Trump is eager to get behind. Again, not seeing Saudi F-35s attacking Iran, but rather having Saudi as part of one of the elements in this alliance.
Mm-hmm. And when it comes to the Saudis, how do you see this panning out when it comes to normalization with Israel? Can you maybe touch on that a little bit? Because we know that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia is scheduled for Washington very shortly, and that will be on the agenda.
Of course. Saudi, let's just say this, Saudi does not really, they care deeply about the Palestinians, but it doesn't prioritize highly in the Saudi future, in what Saudi defines as the national priorities. Saudi has put number one emphasis on Saudi Arabia 2030, the vision of MBS to take the country forward in diversifying technology, in investing in AI, in investing in jobs for the young generation. And this is what he's hoping to get from the United States and hoping to get also from Israel. Israel is a technological powerhouse and is able to advance Saudi's interest in that matter. Could the Saudis potentially swallow that frog of, on the one hand, saying that they're for the two-state solution and demanding that Israel commits to a path towards there, but on the other hand, not see a signing of a final agreement between the Palestinian Authority, not seeing a full recognition of Israel, of a Palestinian Authority as a national state? Yes, potentially this is the future of the negotiation with Saudi Arabia. Half measures both by Israel, which would have to concede something, for instance, agreeing to the 20 steps plan that does see or recognize a future Palestinian state, not now, but maybe in the future. And on the Saudi part, to be able to come to terms with Israel, again, half measures means not a full commitment to a peace deal with Israel. Remember, peace deal with Israel, with the UAE, with Bahrain, said peace and normalization. For Israel, it's very important, the normalization part, the trade ties, the culture ties, the tourism, and so on and so forth. So we might see some omittance of some of these factors in a future deal between Saudi and Israel.
Very interesting. And, I want to ask now about Germany as well, as we reported, and their renewal of the arms transfer. Now, this story is being penned more or less as, Israel's good ally Germany renews arms shipment after embargo. But the truth is that they withheld these arms during a time when Israel needed it most. They were just beginning their ground operation in Gaza City. And you also can't forget that Israel, on the other hand, is also supplying arms and technology to Germany. So how does this arms relationship work? And, what do you make of all of this?
Well, it's not the first time that this embargo from Germany has risen up. We've seen elements of this back in 24 and the beginning of 25. Time and time again, the Congress has voted on applying such an embargo on Israel, responding to internal elements within Germany. You have to consider that Germany is the part of the EU, and European voices against what Israel has done combating Hamas in the Gaza Strip. And Germany just follows a certain line. And mind you, there are very strong voices within Germany that call for more support to Israel. Let's think about what Germany gives Israel, whether it's explosive materials and, very importantly, engines for the Kava, motors that are deeply needed after 2 years of heavy usage of these tanks in Gaza Strip. When we're looking at this embargo that really came to the ceasefire, one has to consider maybe it has to do something with the timing of declaring the ceasefire on the Israeli side, saying that we don't have the power enough to continue fighting in Gaza, and we have to take a break and see if we can renew and mend some of the vehicles that we've been using for 2 years. But having renewed this relationship now, and let's not forget that Germany also is responsible, according to foreign sources, for Dolphin-class potentially nuclear-capable submarines. And so Israel thinks about the second step, the second stage. Where is it playing if it's going to renew the fighting against Hezbollah in Lebanon, whether it's going to be needing a further, more adamant step towards Iran with whatever it deploys navally, marine-wise at the Arabian Gulf, the Persian Gulf. So this step is certainly towards taking the threat towards that level for Israel.
Absolutely. And we also know that Israel is currently on high alert and expecting a potential looming attack from Iran. Yiftach Burman, I want to thank you so much for joining us on the show and for giving us your analysis today.
Thank you. And I wish good health to all that were wounded in today's terror attack.
Absolutely. And just a quick update on this terror attack. As new information is coming in, this was a terror ramming attack. Reportedly, 3 Palestinians of unknown identities as of yet have rammed their car into a group of Israelis, injuring at least 2 people. Israel's MADA Health Emergency Services confirmed that 2 people are being treated in Judea, in an area called Gush Etzion, that's south of Jerusalem. And we hope that they make a full recovery soon. But those are all the details that we have for you. And that is a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. I want to personally thank you all for joining, and scan that QR code on your screen to get our ILTV app. I'm Devo Klein, and thank you so much for watching. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Good Week Israel, the show where we recap for you some of the positive highlights that are coming out of Israel from this week. I'm your host, Devo Klein, and coming up on today's show, Birthright Israel sets off on an ambitious goal. President Isaac Herzog visits the African country of Zambia. And Gal Gadot is the 2026 Genesis Prize winner. Last week, ILTV highlighted an incredible event. Nefesh B'Nefesh and the Ministry of Aliyah and Integration's MEDEX events have finally made their way to the Jewish community of Australia. Now, if you're wondering what MEDEX is and why we are covering it at all, I'll let the report speak for itself. Take a look. The MEDEX events are back and bigger than ever. This time it's the Jewish community of Australia taking center stage with the unique opportunity to connect and integrate into Israel's medical landscape. More than 100 physicians attended the MEDEX Australia events as Israel continues to expand its global initiative to recruit top medical talent.
The IMAP, the International Medical Aliyah Program, continues to grow and expand worldwide, and we're now in Australia. It is an honor to be part of this vital program and a privilege to meet such inspiring Olim.
Israel is facing a critical shortage of medical professionals, and the MEDEX events are helping to address that need. These gatherings offer physicians a streamlined, one-stop-shop experience, including credential recognition, job interviews with Israel's leading healthcare institutions, and guidance on grants, licensing, and relocation, all under one roof. The MEDEX events, an initiative of the International Medical Aliyah Program, offers a service unlike any other, and with the inauguration of the Australia MEDEX event, these opportunities are nothing short of revolutionary.
MEDEX has set up some interviews for me to be able to sit. I've been able to do my documents to get notarized. I've met with the Ministry of Health, so MEDEX has organized something that I can come to as a one-off stop, and I'll be ready to make Aliyah next year.
For some, MEDEX is more than just a networking opportunity. It also offers the chance to integrate into Israeli society.
The future for our children is Israel, and I also think that if you're going to integrate into Israeli society, you need to come over, you need to work in Hebrew, and I guess that's the only way you're really going to be able to improve your language enough to be able to fit in life.
Sometimes what sticks the most with the attendees at the event are the fast and efficient services that are usually a headache.
It's been incredibly practical. So just over there, there's 10, 15 different hospitals in Kupat Halim that we've been able to meet with. So I've met with sort of 5 or 6 of them and gotten a sense of how they work and how I might be able to get a job there one day, and training and all that sort of thing. And I've got my degree with me here, and I'm in line to try and get it notarized as well, which just streamlines the process, which has been really great.
After multiple successful MEDEX events across North America and Europe, the IMAP program aims to expand even further, reaching even the farthest communities like the one down under. Israel's Minister of Aliyah and Integration, MK Ophir Sofer, said he expects the MEDEX events to grow rapidly across the globe. But it's not just the attending physicians that gain something from this event. The MEDEX event showcases another step in reinforcing national resilience, not only in security, but also in health. And Nefesh B'Nefesh are not the only ones concerned with Jewish identity and Aliyah, as Birthright Israel is now committed to bringing young adults to Israel in a plan mapped out for the next 5 years. Take a look. At its 25th anniversary gala last night, Birthright Israel Foundation announced its bold goal to raise $650 million and secure $250 million in legacy commitments to bring 200,000 Jewish young adults to Israel over the next 5 years. For decades, Birthright Israel has been at the forefront of strengthening Jewish identity and connection to the land of Israel through their various hands-on programs. With Birthright, young Jewish adults get the experience of connecting to their heritage by traveling and touring the Holy Land. But now, their mission is as important as ever. With rising anti-Semitism across college campuses in the U.S., the need to educate the young generation is as prevalent as ever before. Since October 7th, 2023, Birthright Israel has evolved in powerful new ways. Against all odds, in a time of war, despite flight cancellations and evacuations, it has continued to bring tens of thousands of Jewish young adults to Israel for transformative journeys of meaning and purpose. Just 2 months after the attacks, Birthright Israel launched Birthright Israel Volunteer, offering Jewish adults ages 18 to 50 meaningful opportunities to join Israel's civilian recovery efforts. Through it all, Birthright Israel has grown, adapted, and found even greater meaning in its mission, proving that even in adversity, the power of Jewish connection grows stronger. Speaking at the gala, Birthright Israel Foundation President and CEO Elias Sarativsky said Birthright has strengthened Jewish organizations, helped build proud Jewish families, and created resilient, knowledgeable leaders, the kind our community needs at this historic moment. Finally, he added, "This is not a dream. It is the world Birthright Israel is creating. We need every Jewish person to join us in this effort, to stand together, invest together, and ensure that every young Jew feels proud, connected, and ready to lead." And the Be'Sheva conference, together with ILTV, is geared to be one of the most important conferences for Jewish identity in the diaspora. All the details in this report.
On December 8th, ILTV and Be'Sheva are bringing one of Israel's most prestigious annual events, the Jerusalem Conference, to Miami. The conference will bring together leading figures from government, business, diplomacy, and Jewish organizations to address the most pressing issues facing Israel and the global Jewish community. More on this from ILTV's Mayan Hoffman.
Under the theme Stronger Together, the Jerusalem Conference in Miami is set to focus on strengthening the bond between Israel and the diaspora by exploring new ways to deepen mutual understanding and solidarity during one of the most challenging periods in modern Jewish history. The gathering will include high-level discussions on U.S.-Israel relations, the future of diaspora Jewry, and Israel's economic and national resilience during wartime. Senior U.S. and Israeli officials, including Ministers Yariv Levin and Amichai Shikli, will join the likes of MK Simcha Rotman and Jerusalem Mayor Moshe Leon will all be in attendance. The event will also feature business leaders and philanthropists, including Simon Falek and his daughter Tila Falek.
We feel like we need to support Israel unconditionally, and that is what we try to do.
The conference comes at a crucial time for the Jewish people, as the Minister of Aliyah and Integration, Ofir Sofer, said.
In the last 2 years, we learned that we must strengthen our connection, our solidarity. This event is part of this solidarity, part of this connection.
This shift, symbolic and geographic, reflects a new phase in global Jewish engagement, one in which Miami is emerging as a powerful hub for Israel advocacy and Jewish unity. The main conference will take place at the Beth Moshe Synagogue, where the Jerusalem Award will be presented to individuals and organizations that have demonstrated exceptional commitment to the people and the land of Israel over the past 2 years.
We see in the past years the shift of Jewish community, the centers are changing. It was New York in the past and it's becoming Miami.
As anti-Semitism continues to rise around the globe, the Jerusalem Conference in Miami stands at the forefront of the mission to combat anti-Semitism. The message is clear. The Jewish people are, and always will be, stronger together. Let's go now to the IFCJ Weekly Review by Fellowship President Yael Eckstein, as she rounds up for us some of the latest news coming out of the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews.
Shalom from here in Israel. I'm Yael Eckstein, and here are 2 fellowship projects that you should know about this week. Number 1, the fellowship learned that in the city of Tiberias, there were many people who were suffering from food insecurity. After 2 years of war, there were people suffering. They couldn't afford food, and they couldn't find basic food items. And so the fellowship opened up a soup kitchen. And so now, in the city of Tiberias, the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is distributing over 150 food boxes every single day to people in need. Number 2, I want you to meet Valentina. She's 85 years old, and she's just one of so many people who get helped by the fellowship. She's been living alone for over 2 years since her husband died. She has no one to visit her, no one to help her, and we learned recently she doesn't have enough to buy both her medications, to pay her rent, and to buy food. And every single month, a volunteer delivers to Valentina a food box with everything that she needs. This is saving lives physically and spiritually. Well, there you have it, friends. There are 2 fellowship projects that you now know about. Join me next week, same place, same time, for more updates on what's happening here in the Holy Land at the fellowship. Shalom.
President Isaac Herzog visited Zambia last week. He was welcomed by a ceremonial dance and a customary greeting as Herzog continues strengthening the ties between Israel and the African nation. Have a look.
And Israeli President Isaac Herzog is currently in Zambia on an official visit to the African nation. He received a warm welcome Monday at the presidential palace, where he held diplomatic meetings and bilateral sessions aimed at strengthening relations. Joining us now with more on this visit and on Israel's broader strategy of deepening ties with African countries is Shiri Fein-Grossman, CEO of the Israel-Africa Relations Institute. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
So let's start with the president's current visit. I mean, can you tell us a little bit about the significance of his visit to Zambia?
Yes, this is very an important visit. We haven't had an Israeli president visit Zambia in decades, and the DRC as well. Both the Democratic Republic of Congo, or in short DRC, and Zambia, which is planned is part of the plan of the trip, are very important regional countries. Zambia and DRC both enrich in resources. Zambia more on the southern part of the continent, and DRC being in the center of the continent and being the largest country of the continent, and has the most mineral resources in the country. Some in very high percentage of the world, what's the resource of the world. So both are extremely important, and also both are strong allies of the United States these days, with an infrastructure project, a very big one that is called the Lobito Corridor, which is a project to connect from the Lobito port in Angola to Zambia. A railway that never existed between Zambia and the DRC to the Copper Belt area of the DRC. It's part of this big competition between China and the US over resources and minerals. So I view it as Israel aligning with US interests, but both Israel's interests, and really strengthening its friendships on the continent. And I have to say, DRC and Zambia are strong supporters of Israel. We've just seen the reopening of an Israeli embassy in Lusaka in Zambia after many years, and we at the Israel-Africa Relations Institute have recommended to do so and to open more embassies throughout Africa. So this is a very exciting and happy day for us as well.
So absolutely, and Africa is an area that, I mean, has largely been neglected by the Israeli government, for example, in the past few decades, but there is a renewed push already from a few years ago to try and improve, to try and deepen relations. I mean, what can you tell us about this and about the importance of Israeli-African relations, especially at a time, you know, when we see some of Israel's relations with other countries that have soured?
Exactly. The time is now. Everybody's competing over Africa's friendship. We talk a lot about the Abraham Accords and its importance. Unfortunately, we talk a lot about a whole lot more, and sometimes I speak about it as well. But actually, the GCC countries are fighting over partnerships in Africa. UAE is currently the greatest, the biggest investor, more than China, in Africa. So everybody's now rushing to be Africa's friends, and Israel should definitely be in the game. Historically, our relationship with Africa started 3,000 years ago with the Queen of Sheba visiting King Solomon, up to Golda Meir and Ben-Gurion's strategy of helping the young countries. Although Israel was only a young country, it really gave its hand to kind of help the new countries in Africa out of colonialism and to help it grow.
So from an historic relationship to a modern day one, Shiri Fein-Grossman, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
And this year's Genesis Prize winner has been announced, and the award is being given to none other than Israeli actress Gal Gadot. Now, Gal has been awarded for her unwavering support for Israel, for the families of the hostages, and Jewish communities in the diaspora. Very deserving, if you ask me. Have a look. Gal Gadot is the 2026 Genesis Prize laureate. Announced Tuesday night in the Genesis ceremony, Israeli actress Gal Gadot was commended for her advocacy and support of Israel and for the victims of October 7th. Gadot joins former Genesis Prize winners, including the likes of Argentinian President Javier Milei, Steven Spielberg, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Robert Kraft, Yitzhak Perlman, Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sachs, and many more in this honorable award. Gadot said she intends to donate the $1 million prize to proceeds to help Israelis heal, rebuild, and recover after October 7th. Gadot received immense backlash from fans internationally after posting on her social media calls to return the hostages from Hamas captivity back in 2023. But Gadot's efforts didn't stop with social media. The Israeli actress organized private screenings of raw footage from the October 7th attacks for world leaders, influencers, and top Hollywood executives, spreading both the plight of the hostages and the Israelis impacted by the Hamas massacre. For her efforts, the Genesis Prize Foundation called the actress, quote, a hero on screen and an even greater hero in real life. Congratulations. And speaking of Israeli celebrities, Israeli pop star Noa Kirel and Bayern München soccer player Daniel Peretz have officially tied the knot. Now, haters can no longer say that their relationship was only a PR stunt. Have a look. The wedding ceremony of Noa Kirel and Daniel Peretz is still being talked about today. The Israeli it couple, who were initially accused of dating each other for public relations benefits, have not only shocked the Israeli public by getting engaged last summer, but now have officially tied the knot. You may recognize 24-year-old Israeli pop star Noa Kirel from the 2023 Eurovision Song Contest, where she represented Israel with the song Unicorn, finishing overall third place. But beyond Eurovision, Noa's music career in Israel began when she was only 14 years old. She has since garnered a name for herself in Israel and even broke into the international market just last year. And soccer fans might recognize Israeli goalkeeper Daniel Peretz, who signed with FC Bayern München in 2023. The two were wed in a lavish ceremony, and in attendance, Israel's most notable names in the music and entertainment industries. After the ceremony, the celebrations began, and the music? Mostly Kirel's catalog, with a few popular songs by other artists that were also in attendance. Despite fans that are convinced that Peretz and Kirel's relationship exists only for PR purposes, the newlywed couple is proving them all wrong with heartfelt photos and videos from the wedding ceremony. A big mazel tov to the two. And finally, let's take a look at Dream Raffle, your chance at winning an insane apartment in the heart of Jerusalem. Secure your spot now by scanning the QR code that's about to pop up on your screen.
And on a different note, we have with us in studio Shmuel Saket, the founder of the Dream Raffle. He joined us here in the studio last year when the Dream Raffle captured so much attention. And now it's back for its 8th edition, featuring a $1.2 million Jerusalem apartment and an early bird bonus ending November 17th. Shmuel, great to have you back with us.
Always a pleasure to be here.
Shmuel, what's the idea behind the Dream Raffle? Tell us about it and how it has grown since we last spoke to you at ILTV.
There are a lot of Jewish organizations that raise money. As you know, you need to raise funds in order to function, in order to support the projects that you sponsor and so on. But we decided to raise money with a twist, and that is to give people the opportunity to fulfill their dream. That's why we call it the Dream Raffle. And by purchasing just one ticket, obviously you can purchase more, but enough is one ticket, you could win a $1.2 million brand new, fully furnished apartment in the heart of Jerusalem.
Wow.
That's a dream, and it's a raffle, the Dream Raffle.
So now this year's prize is huge. What can people win? Maybe elaborate on this apartment if there are other prizes. And what's special about this early bird offer before November 17th?
So first of all, the raffle will be held around Purim time. So people always say, oh, I'll buy in February. Why should I buy now? Because there are going to be several early bird raffles along the way. The first one is November 17th, which is a $15,000 prize, cash prize. Someone could win that and also win the apartment. And if they don't, it rolls over to the next one. There's going to be another bonus raffle as well. So the earlier you buy, you're in additional raffles at no extra cost. That's number one. Number two, what's new this year is the apartment is fully furnished. We hired a professional interior designer, and she furnished the place. You can literally win the apartment at 11:30 and move in at 11:31. There's the refrigerator, the stove, the oven, the dining room set, chairs, couch. There's a sukkah. All the mezuzot are there. Bedroom furniture, closets. It's ready for the winner to move in immediately. The dream raffle.
Wow, that is a dream indeed. Now, where does the money from the raffle go, and how do you make sure that the whole process is fair and transparent?
So this is our 8th year, and we're very, very careful to really have full and complete transparency. The winning ticket is always picked live. We do it in front of an audience. We do it live. We live stream it all over the internet so people could see that there's no, great Yiddish word, feuerstick, any problems or anything, that we don't do that. 100% transparent. And what we do is we give the option to someone to either win the apartment, or if for whatever reason they don't want the apartment, $600,000 cash. Not bad for a $200 ticket. And again, this is yours forever. You could pass it to your inheritors. You could live in it, sell it, Airbnb, whatever you want. It is your apartment in the heart of Yerushalayim. No other raffle does this. And on our website, we have a list of all the previous winners. There are other raffles, I don't want to say names, who don't have this transparency. We do. You could see the winners. I interview every one of them. They're real people, whether they were from New Jersey, San Diego, California, or here in Israel. They're all real people winning this raffle, and that has changed their life.
That's incredible, Shmuel. Thank you very much. Scan the QR code on your screen right now. It takes 60 seconds. One entry could win you a home in Israel, and every ticket supports incredible organizations. And ILTV viewers, you get a bonus entry. Just use the code ILTV.
And that is all for today's Good Week Israel. I hope we've helped to deliver a bit of positive news that you get to now take with you into this week ahead. As always, I am Devo Klein. Take care, and thank you so much for watching.
And on a different note, we have with us in studio Shmuel Saket, the founder of the Dream Raffle. He joined us here in the studio last year when the Dream Raffle captured so much attention. And now it's back for its 8th edition, featuring a $1.2 million Jerusalem apartment and an early bird bonus ending November 17th. Shmuel, great to have you back with us.
Always a pleasure to be here.
Shmuel, what's the idea behind the Dream Raffle? Tell us about it and how it has grown since we last spoke to you at ILTV.
There are a lot of Jewish organizations that raise money. As you know, you need to raise funds in order to function, in order to support the projects that you sponsor and so on. But we decided to raise money with a twist, and that is to give people the opportunity to fulfill their dream. That's why we call it the Dream Raffle. And by purchasing just one ticket, obviously you can purchase more, but enough is one ticket, you could win a $1.2 million brand new, fully furnished apartment in the heart of Jerusalem.
Wow.
That's a dream, and it's a raffle, the Dream Raffle.
So now this year's prize is huge. What can people win? Maybe elaborate on this apartment if there are other prizes. And what's special about this early bird offer before November 17th?
So first of all, the raffle will be held around Purim time. So people always say, oh, buy in February. Why should I buy now? Because there are going to be several early bird raffles along the way. The first one is November 17th, which is a $15,000 prize, cash prize. Someone could win that and also win the apartment. And if they don't, it rolls over to the next one. There's going to be another bonus raffle as well. So the earlier you buy, you're in additional raffles at no extra cost. That's number one. Number two, what's new this year is the apartment is fully furnished. We hired a professional interior designer, and she furnished the place. You could literally win the apartment at 11:30 and move in at 11:31. There's the refrigerator, the stove, the oven, the dining room set, chairs, couch. There's a sukkah. All the mezuzot are there. Bedroom furniture, closets. It's ready for the winner to move in immediately. The dream raffle.
Wow, that is a dream indeed. Now, where does the money from the raffle go, and how do you make sure that the whole process is fair and transparent?
So this is our 8th year, and we're very, very careful to really have full and complete transparency. The winning ticket is always picked live. We do it in front of an audience. We do it live. We live stream it all over the internet so people could see that there's no great Yiddish word, Feuerstück, any problems or anything, that we don't do that. 100% transparent. And what we do is we give the option to someone to either win the apartment, or if for whatever reason they don't want the apartment, $600,000 cash. Not bad for a $200 ticket. And again, this is yours forever. You could pass it to your inheritors. You could live in it, sell it, Airbnb, whatever you want. It is your apartment in the heart of Yerushalayim. No other raffle does this. And on our website, we have a list of all the previous winners. There are other raffles, I don't want to say names, who don't have this transparency. We do. You could see the winners. I interview every one of them. They're real people, whether they were from New Jersey, San Diego, California, or here in Israel. They're all real people winning this raffle, and that has changed their life.
That's incredible, Shmuel. Thank you very much. Scan the QR code on your screen right now. It takes 60 seconds. One entry could win you a home in Israel, and every ticket supports incredible organizations. And ILTV viewers, you get a bonus entry. Just use the code ILTV.
And the Israel Security Forces said today it arrested around 40 Palestinian terrorists from Bethlehem that were planning imminent attacks against Israelis. Meanwhile, the IDF is conducting a huge 2-division exercise in Judea and Samaria in what was described by the army as an unprecedented drill for operation readiness on the Eastern Front. While joining the exercise, IDF Chief Eyal Zamir also condemned recent violent incidents in the territories in which extremist Israeli civilians attacked Palestinians. More from ILTV's Steve Leibovitz.
Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir visited the exercise in Judea and Samaria and the Jordan Valley, involving the Judea and Samaria Division and the Gilad Brigade. He was accompanied by Central Command Chief Avi Bluth. During the visit, he held a situational brief with field commanders and underscored the importance of operational readiness in the theater. The exercise, Zamir said, is the first of its kind in the IDF. It tests the new Eastern Division established as a lesson from the war. One of the lessons from October 7th is that responsibility for defense and our security concept must change. We prevent threats while they are forming. That is what we are doing here. Zamir said the scenarios we have practiced in recent days are ones we must never allow to happen. Zamir said we must act to neutralize the threat before it reaches our doorstep. We will reinforce forces where needed to continue disrupting terror and prevent the next attack. The IDF chief also condemned recent violent incidents in which extremist Israeli civilians attacked Palestinians, saying, "I strongly reject these acts. The IDF will not tolerate a criminal minority that damages a law-abiding society. These actions cross a red line, divert our forces from their mission, and contradict our values. We will deal with them severely until justice is served." Video from a recent attack on an industrial zone near the village of Beit Lid shows dozens of extremists setting vehicles on fire. During the incident, 10 vehicles were torched, along with a warehouse and a plastic factory. 4 Palestinians were reportedly injured in beatings and stones thrown by extremist elements. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has now spoken out on the issue of Israeli extremist violence, saying there's some concern about events in the West Bank undermining efforts to maintain the ceasefire in Gaza.
back to ILTV on the hour. We are live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the region. I'm Devo Klein, and here is your roundup of the latest developments coming out of Israel. We begin this update with breaking news of a terror attack which took place in Judea, just south of Jerusalem. MADA, Israel's medical emergency services, are reporting 3 injured civilians, a woman in her 40s and a 15-year-old boy. MADA says were treated at the scene of the attack and were transferred to a hospital in Jerusalem for further care. And another victim remains on the scene with medical personnel in critical condition. Initial reports indicate a car containing 2 Palestinian terrorists rammed into a crowd at the famous Gush Etzion junction. The 2 then exited the vehicle armed with pocket knives and began attacking additional civilians. Reports are indicating that the terrorists were neutralized at the scene. And I can now sadly confirm to you that the critically injured individual has died. Medical personnel at the scene confirmed that the 30-year-old succumbed to his wounds. And as Israeli civilians are barbarically murdered on the streets by Palestinian terrorists, the UN Security Council has voted on the U.S.-backed draft resolution that pushes forward Trump's 20-point plan for the Gaza Strip ceasefire, but crucially also includes a credible pathway to Palestinian statehood. The bill passed in a 13-0 vote with Russia and China abstaining and no vetoes used. Washington is hailing this vote as historic and constructive. Let's take a listen to Mike Waltz, the U.S. representative at the UN.
This resolution, colleagues, is no mere paper promise. It's a lifeline. The resolution endorses a hard-won ceasefire. Per the carefully negotiated language in the 20-point plan, this resolution charts a possible pathway for Palestinian self-determination after the Palestinian Authority has completed the necessary reforms, where rockets will give way to olive branches and there is a chance to agree on a political horizon. It dismantles Hamas's grip. It ensures Gaza rises free from terror's shadow, prosperous and secure.
The resolution details the deployment of an international stabilization force and outlines a pathway toward Palestinian self-determination and statehood, contingent, of course, on major PA reforms and progress in Gaza's reconstruction. Now, Jerusalem initially agreed to the plan during Netanyahu's visit to Washington in September, and last night, Israeli ambassador to the UN, Dani Danon, said the resolution rightfully demands the disarming of Hamas. The Palestinian Authority is welcoming the vote and calling for immediate implementation, stating they are ready to work with the Trump administration, the EU, and Muslim states. But Hamas have quickly rejected the resolution, claiming it doesn't meet Palestinian rights. Hamas insists it will not disarm, saying, quote, resisting occupation by all means is a legitimate right. And in more diplomatic news, President Trump is reportedly advancing plans to sell F-35 jets to the Saudis. The news comes just before the arrival of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman to the White House to meet with Trump. Speaking from the Oval Office to reporters, this is what Trump had to say on the matter of the F-35s.
Yeah, no, I am planning on doing that. They want to buy. They've been a great ally. They've got to like us very much. Look at the Iran situation, what we did in terms of obliterating, we obliterated their nuclear capability. Yeah, I will say that we will be doing that. We'll be selling F-35s here.
Now, despite Trump insisting that the Saudis remain a great ally of the United States, the Pentagon has warned that Saudi Arabia's ties with China could put the F-35 technology at risk. And U.S. officials are also concerned about preserving Israel's military edge in the region. And several Republican lawmakers backed by AIPAC say they will oppose the sale unless Riyadh agrees to normalization with Israel. And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Stay tuned for more updates as they continue coming out. I am Devo Klein, and thank you so much for watching.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Sivan Raviv, and coming up in today's newscast. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu draws a red line on Palestinian statehood as the UN debates Trump's Gaza plan. Reports indicate that Hamas is rearming abroad, plotting future arms smuggling into Gaza. And Israel's northern front on edge as Hezbollah re-entrenches in southern Lebanon. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu insists there will be no Palestinian state west of the Jordan River. The comment from Netanyahu comes after the submission of a U.S.-sponsored UN Security Council resolution on Gaza that includes a pathway to a Palestinian state. The resolution will be considered in the coming hours. More from ILTV's Steve Leibowitz.
The UN Security Council will vote later today in New York on a draft resolution that would enshrine U.S. President Trump's comprehensive 20-point Gaza plan, which includes a passage saying the conditions may finally be in place for a credible pathway to Palestinian statehood once there is peace in Gaza and the Palestinian Authority is faithfully reformed. Israel is lobbying the U.S. and other countries to water down the language on Palestinian statehood. Trump's 20-point plan, which Netanyahu endorsed in a September 29th press conference with the U.S. president, calls for the disarmament of Hamas, the demilitarization of Gaza, the reconstruction of the Gaza Strip, and the handing of the enclave over to an international stabilization force and an apolitical Palestinian administration overseen by a Trump-chaired Board of Peace. Despite having endorsed the Trump plan, Netanyahu insisted there will be no Palestinian state.
ההתנגדות שלנו למדינה פלסטינית בשטח כלשהו מערב לירדן, ההתנגדות הזאת קיימת ושרירה, היא לא השתנתה כהוא זה. אני עודף את הניסיונות הללו כבר עשרות שנים, ועושה את זה גם מול לחצים מן החוץ ולחצים מבית, אז אני לא זקוק לחיזוקים וציוצים והרצאות מצד איש.
Amid reports that Hamas is reasserting control in Gaza, Netanyahu vowed that the terror group will be disarmed.
הנושא של אי פירוז לכאורה של החלק של עזה שנמצא בידי החמאס. לא יהיה דבר כזה. גם בתוכנית 20 הנקודות או בכל דבר אחר, השטח הזה יפורז והחמאס יתפרק מנשקו. או שזה יקרה בדרך הקלה, או שזה יקרה בדרך הקשה. כך אמרתי אני, וכך אמר גם הנשיא טראמפ.
Netanyahu took time to denounce recent violence perpetrated by Jewish extremists in Judea and Samaria against Palestinian civilian targets.
הדבר השני הוא גם נעשה על ידי מיעוט שנכנס ליהודה ושומרון, לא מייצג את ציבור המתיישבים הגדול, שומרי החוק ונאמני המדינה, וגם נגדם ההתפרעויות הללו, גם נגד חיילי צה"ל, גם נגד פלסטינים, גם נגד חיילי צה"ל, אנחנו נפעל נגד זה בכל הכוח, משום שאנחנו מדינת חוק. מדינת חוק פועלת לפי חוק.
The Trump plan calls for a U.S.-led international force to disarm Hamas in Gaza. While the force does not yet exist and the disarming of Hamas has yet to begin, Hamas has reportedly begun amassing advanced weapons abroad. This in hopes of smuggling them into Gaza in the future. More from ILTV's Devo Klein.
According to the Khan public broadcaster, Hamas has in recent weeks been stockpiling arms in unspecified African states, Yemen, and other countries. The weapons are reportedly meant to be moved at a later time to, quote, strategic locations, including the Gaza Strip. The ceasefire in Gaza is holding, but not without incident. The IDF says it killed a terror operative who crossed the yellow line, that Democrats, the area still held by the military after its withdrawal, and approached troops in the northern Gaza Strip today. The military says the operatives posed an immediate threat to troops, who then directed an airstrike that eliminated the terrorist. Some 100 Hamas gunmen remain trapped in tunnels under Rafah and still refuse terms of surrender. IDF Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir toured Rafah today, warning that the army is prepared to seize more territory in Gaza if the situation demands it. Zamir led a high-level assessment with the Southern Command and frontline commanders, reviewing developments across all arenas as the IDF maintains both the ceasefire and pressure on Hamas. Zamir said the IDF now holds operational control over half of Gaza, including key points and the Yellow Line security belt. He stressed troops remain ready for a rapid shift back to large-scale offensive operations if required to prevent Hamas from rebuilding. The chief of staff declared that the military will, quote, continue to insist that the Hamas regime will not exist on the other side of the border. Even if this requires time, we will persist in the mission of dismantling Hamas and demilitarizing the Gaza Strip, achieving this either through an agreement or through military means.
As the United Nations Security Council prepares to vote on a U.S.-sponsored resolution centered around President Trump's 20-point Gaza plan, Prime Minister Netanyahu is making his position unmistakably clear. There will be no Palestinian state west of the Jordan River. The resolution includes language suggesting the conditions may finally be in place for a credible pathway to Palestinian statehood, language Israel is now working to soften or to remove. With us to break this down is Ambassador Alan Baker, former Israeli ambassador to Canada, a key negotiator of the Oslo Accords, and one of Israel's leading experts in international law. Thank you for joining us.
You're very welcome.
Ambassador Baker, let's start with the breaking headline. Netanyahu says there will be no Palestinian state west of the Jordan River. How does that square with the language in the Security Council resolution suggesting a credible pathway to Palestinian statehood?
Well, the language of the resolution, which copies the Trump plan, the Gaza plan, isn't in absolute terms. It may lead to a possible pathway to Palestinian possible statehood. It's so unclear that I don't think, even if it appears in a Security Council resolution, it doesn't create any absolute determination that there will be a Palestinian state. So I don't think it's incompatible with Israel's position. It doesn't really say anything more than the Trump plan says.
So from a legal and diplomatic perspective, how binding is such a language in a UN Security Council resolution? It appears that you think it isn't.
It's not binding. First of all, it's not a binding resolution. In as much as the seventh chapter of the UN Charter enables the Security Council to adopt binding resolutions and send peace forces and things like that. This is not the same. This is a sort of recommendation. It's more or less putting into a formalized framework the Trump plan. It doesn't say anything more than that, and it doesn't say anything less than that. So, I think that this is perhaps being blown up out of proportion by, excuse me saying, by the Israeli media. It's nothing more than already existed according to the Trump plan. That's it.
While that may be the case, Israel is reportedly lobbying to water down or remove the statehood clause. In your experience negotiating international agreements, how often does such lobbying succeed? And what tools does Israel even have right now to influence the final wording?
Well, the only tool that Israel has is its relationship with the United States. And I'm not sure whether President Trump or the United States delegation will want to alter something that's already been put into the American Trump plan. It already appears there. So adding it or taking it out of the Security Council resolution, in my opinion, won't make much difference.
Now, this plan, it envisions an apolitical Palestinian administration in the future and a Trump-chaired board of peace overseeing Gaza. How realistic is that structure, and what happens when Trump is no longer there?
Good questions. First of all, if Trump is president of this forum, then it's not necessarily limited to his presidency. It could also be after his presidency. That's one thing. But the other thing is this, it's difficult for me to see the Palestinian Authority ever being capable, able, or willing to take on the administration of the Gaza Strip. It's very difficult for me to see any possibility of Hamas agreeing to demilitarize, to remove its weapons, to destroy its fortifications, to blow up its tunnels. All these things are very, very difficult propositions for whatever administration force or presence will be. And it's difficult for me to see how states such as Turkey will want to advance anything like that. So because they're in cahoots with Hamas all the time, it's difficult for me to see them demilitarizing Hamas and taking away from them their weapons. So I think we have yet to see whether anything of this will really become realistic.
Ambassador Baker, thank you very much for this input.
You're welcome.
The political fallout from the October 7th massacre continues to grow, and today the government has taken a controversial step. Instead of establishing a full independent state commission of inquiry, the standard after national failures, the cabinet has chosen to form its own government-led commission, a move that is already facing sharp criticism from experts, opposition figures, and families of victims. Our correspondent, India Naftali, joins us now with more on this decision. India, walk us through this government reasoning. Why choose a minister-led commission over a traditional state commission?
Well, the government's saying that they want a quicker investigation that's not bogged down by lengthy legal processes. Now, this is different because this means ministers, not the Supreme Court, would basically outline the scope, the powers, and the timeline of the investigation of the operational failures that led to October 7th. This is also significant because a traditional commission, like the one that happened after the Yom Kippur War, it's appointed by the president of the Supreme Court and would operate with complete legal independence. Now, the government, we know this government does not trust the Supreme Court. They believe the Supreme Court is trust, thus the whole push for the judicial reforms. Itamar Ben-Gvir, he's even said during this process that in their investigation, they even want to have the Supreme Court examined and looked into. So we know that this comes from a deep distrust of the judicial branch coming from the executive branch.
And how significant is the public pushback? What are the protesters demanding?
Sure, the public pushback is huge. A public opinion poll showed that the majority of Israelis would rather opt for a traditional probe into the October 7th attacks, an independent state commission. And that's led to massive protests. I mean, this Saturday there was 2,000 people out protesting, and the organizers of the protest said that they will only continue to grow. But there are people, on the other hand, again, those who support the judicial reforms are totally pro this. They think that the judicial branch is not to be trusted. And like I mentioned, the likes of Ben-Gvir even believe that they should be investigated themselves for any involvement.
Now, looking ahead, what happens next? What can we expect in terms of the timeline, recommendations, or further protests?
So the Prime Minister Netanyahu, he's going to select a panel. And over the next 45 days, that panel will be able to outline the scope of this commission, which means they will basically define what they can and cannot investigate, the timeline and such. Now, what's different about this commission from the government is that they don't have full subpoena power. There are different hoops that they will have to go through. They're not operating with full legal independence like a traditional commission would. So that presents a lot of difficulties and questions of whether this investigation could properly identify operational failures from October 7th. But we can expect more protests to come, greater pushback in the public, and we do know that there's likely going to be major political battles here in Israel over this issue.
So now we spoke about the general public. Do we know what families of victims are feeling about this?
Yes, a lot of the families of the hostages are also, they're pushing for this traditional probe. Again, it's something that most of the protesters and families involved, the October Commission, which is a group that's also been pushing for this full investigation led by the Supreme Court, the president of the Supreme Court, who would appoint people to lead this investigation, and they would have full subpoena power and legal independence.
Mm-hmm. Well, we will certainly keep following this story and see how this unfolds. Thank you very much, India Naftali.
Thank you, Sivan.
Amid ongoing Hezbollah ceasefire violations, the IDF has carried out a number of strikes and ground operations targeting the Lebanese terrorists' efforts to re-entrench in South Lebanon. More on this from ILTV's Steve Leibowitz.
The IDF confirms carrying out a drone strike in southern Lebanon last night, seeing it killed a Hezbollah operative. The strike near the village of Mansouri, south of Tyre, killed Mohammed Ali Suwek. The IDF says he was responsible for liaising between the terror group and the residents on economic and military matters. Additionally, the terrorist acted to seize private property for terrorist purposes. The IDF says that his actions constituted a violation of the understandings between Israel and Lebanon. In a nighttime operation in southern Lebanon, IDF troops under the 91st Division dismantled Hezbollah terror infrastructure, seized weapons, and struck multiple targets as part of an ongoing effort to prevent the group from rearming. The IDF says forces from the 228th Brigade moved into the area of Eitrud, demolishing several structures recently reopened by Hezbollah for terror operations. In Ramia, troops from the 300th Baram Brigade carried out a separate raid, locating and destroying assault rifles, Kalashnikov-style guns, magazines, and ammunition. Over the past week, the IDF, working with the Israeli Air Force and guided by Intelligence Directorate operatives, struck 5 terror targets across several Lebanese villages and eliminated 3 Hezbollah members accused of violating the ceasefire terms. The army says Hezbollah's presence and infrastructure in the south constitute a breach of the Israel-Lebanon agreement and say it will continue operations to remove any threat to the state of Israel.
And still with Israel's northern front, Lebanon says Israel is building a concrete wall that extends beyond the UN-mapped blue line, a claim Israel firmly denies. The United Nations has weighed in and tensions are rising on a border that is already on edge.
Along the Israeli-Lebanese border, construction is underway on a new concrete barrier, part of what the IDF calls a long-planned defensive project launched in 2022. But the wall has triggered sharp accusations from Beirut, which claims portions extend beyond the UN-mapped blue line, the boundary drawn in year 2000 when Israel withdrew from South Lebanon. The Lebanese presidency says the work violates UN Security Council Resolution 1701, the agreement that ended the 2006 Israel-Hezbollah war, and infringes on Lebanon's territorial sovereignty. A spokesperson for the UN Secretary General echoed parts of Lebanon's claim, but the UN stopped short of declaring a boundary breach, noting that the blue line itself is not a formal border, only a withdrawal line. Israel strongly rejects the accusations. An IDF spokesperson says no part of the wall crosses the blue line, calling the claim incorrect and insisting the project remains entirely on Israel's side. Officials say the barrier is designed to protect Israeli communities from Hezbollah infiltration and rocket fire. The dispute comes at a sensitive moment. The northern front remains tense, with Israel accusing Hezbollah of provocations despite a year-long ceasefire halting their war. Lebanon now says it will file a formal complaint to the UN Security Council.
A group of mayors is in Israel this week on a high-level mission. ILTV's Mayan Hoffman talked with New York's outgoing mayor Eric Adams to understand why this visit matters now more than ever.
I had the privilege of coming today to Jerusalem to meet with Mayor Eric Adams. He's about to become the former mayor of New York City. Mayor Adams stood steadfast throughout his tenure with the state of Israel, building ties strategically, economically, and of course, working with the Jewish community, protecting them and fighting anti-Semitism. Let's see what he has to say. This week, multiple mayors are visiting Israel as part of a joint delegation organized by the American Jewish Committee. Their goal, to deepen cooperation, show solidarity, and see firsthand the realities facing Israelis after 2 years of war. Among them is a high-profile guest, New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Adams made Israel his first international trip upon taking office. And now, as he prepares to leave City Hall on January 1st, he chose to return.
It is great to be here to just really, as I started my time in office, visiting Israel, And now, as I conclude, I wanted to come back and just send the right message that Israel will always have a supporter in me as the mayor or not as the former mayor.
For Adams, the visit comes amid deep concern in the Jewish community following the election of Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani, a candidate he has repeatedly warned could embolden anti-Semitism in New York.
Going after all of those items I put in place to let Jewish New Yorkers know that there's no place for hate. As you stated, the IRA definition, having an office to combat anti-Semitism. We are not going to allow hate to fester in our city in general, but specifically for Jewish New Yorkers, which has the largest Jewish population outside of Israel.
Adams has urged Israelis and Americans alike not to panic, but to mobilize.
So important for New York, for Jewish New Yorkers to fight. People need to know the true story of what happened on October 7th. To reclaim our young people, we must utilize social media. Social media has been used to spread anti-Semitism. We must use it to ensure that we build tolerance and love and respect for all groups, particularly to stop the spread of anti-Semitism.
He has also called on Israel's leadership to send a powerful symbolic message on New Year's.
What I encourage the Prime Minister to do is to join me on January 1st when we bring in the new year. We do not threaten to arrest leaders of sovereign nations and our probably closest partner in this region.
Beyond politics, Adams warns that severing ties with Israel could damage not only Israel, but New Yorkers.
Israel is one of the leading countries when it comes down to technology and advancement of technologies, from artificial intelligence to cybersecurity and so many others. And so many devices and innovations they made that save lives. And so when you stop the progress of that continuing innovation and the partnership, you're not hurting Israel, you're hurting Americans.
Adams is leaving office under scrutiny, including a federal investigation. But he says he stands by the choices he made.
I was defending a city that I love, and when I saw a migrant and asylum seeker crisis that overwhelmed our city in the tunes of over $7 billion, I knew it was my obligation. They came after me because I protected the city that I love.
As for what comes next,
I want to go back to school, get my doctorate, I want to write a book, and I have some great business opportunities that are waiting for me.
While Adams drew most of the attention on the mission, other U.S. mayors told ILTV they came for the same reason, to stand with Israel and with American Jewish communities back home.
We feel it's like probably the most welcoming place for Jewish people outside of Israel. We're reaching out to our brothers and sisters in New York and saying, if you don't feel comfortable, which is right now we're hearing a lot of, come to Miami Beach.
And for Aventura, Florida,
Aventura stands with Israel yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
Now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Cloudy skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 14 degrees Celsius or 58 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see partly cloudy skies alongside steady temperatures, seeing highs of 26 degrees Celsius or 79 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and our new live channel. And you can also catch us on Screen IL with 24/7 live coverage. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Sivan Raviv. Be well, be safe, and thank you so much for watching.
Hello and welcome to the ILTV News Podcast. I'm Ayan Hoffman, Executive Editor of ILTV News, and we're so happy to welcome back our viewers and listeners. Now, we're in for a very special guest today with someone coming all the way from the United States. We have today Mitchell Silk. He is the former Assistant Secretary for International Markets at the U.S. Department of the Treasury. He served in the first administration of U.S. President Donald Trump. He's also the first Hasidic Jew to ever serve in a presidentially nominated and Senate-confirmed role. So here we go. Welcome.
Great to be here, Mayan. Thank you so much for having me.
Such a pleasure to have you. Now, you have been called a pioneer, as I mentioned, the first Hasidic Jew ever confirmed by the Senate. What went through your mind that first day that you walked into the Treasury?
It was a shocker. I took my breath away. I felt just the enormity of the earth upon me. What kept me grounded is the very simple kind of Yiddish learning that we have, rechte Fies, go in with your right foot first. And I just kept going step after step after that.
Wow, and you were there from 2017 to 2020. It's a long time. You also happen to be a very busy man outside of your work with 8 children, from what I understand, and 7 grandchildren, a large family. What lessons from parenting do you carry into the negotiating these billion-dollar deals that you worked out when you were in the White House?
Small steps, keep everybody moving along toward a big vision.
Yeah, wow. So now you're fluent in a number of languages, including one that is probably somewhat controversial today, given the United States' relationship with China, Mandarin and Cantonese. But I also read that your favorite language is not either of these, but in fact, Yiddish. Do you ever find yourself sort of slipping into Yiddish when you're in these meetings with very important people?
I work very hard to incorporate Yiddish into all of my work. I even got into a little bit of trouble with then Undersecretary David Malpass, who went on to lead the World Bank, when he wanted to name a particular initiative that I had formulated for infrastructure finance. And the name that they chose, because it was directed toward the Western Hemisphere, was America Crece. I'm not a Spanish speaker. I understand now that it means Americas grow.
Okay.
We were helping our partners grow throughout the Western Hemisphere and the Caribbean. And he stepped out of his office with a draft of the speech that he was going to use to launch the program with his senior counselor. And they had come up with this name that they really, really liked. His senior counselor was a native Spanish speaker. And they asked me how I felt about the name America Crece. And I said, well, gee, Mr. Undersecretary, why not America Vax, the Yiddish version? He thought I was serious, and he thought there might be an issue, and I never heard the end of it from a senior counselor.
Really?
But I work hard to incorporate Yiddish into all of my meetings. I find that it brings a personal touch and a connection with every foreign minister, foreign counterpart that I've worked with.
Were your parents Yiddish speakers? Is that how you learned Yiddish?
It's interesting. My parents were first-generation Americans, so their parents really didn't want them to speak Yiddish. My grandparents all spoke Yiddish. I loved the language since I was small. I grew up speaking a little bit, and I spent a lot of time in my teens really perfecting my Yiddish and working on it.
And you must have a real gift for languages to be able to speak English, these Chinese languages as well as the Asian languages as well as the Yiddish, because they're very different one from the other.
It's interesting, Mayan. You know, I taught Chinese when I was an undergrad, and I found that I was teaching like extraordinary students at Georgetown University, undergrad, most of them in the School of Foreign Service. I would find that straight-A students, some of them, even more than a few, really struggled with Chinese. And ultimately, I think what it boils down to in terms of perfecting proficiency in a language is interest. Mm-hmm. If you're really interested in it, you'll do well, provided that you've got a good enough ear. But I think it really boils down to interest. I was very, very interested when I started to learn Chinese. I love Yiddish, and so I've spent a lot of time on my Yiddish, reading and other forms of education. So I think it's interest in the end.
Was the Chinese part of wanting to be involved in finance, given the role that China played in the United States, certainly at the time that you were in school?
I would like to attribute my success, particularly being a first in the position that I served, on an exceptional amount of foresight, but it really, really wasn't the case. Some people...
I don't think you're supposed to tell people that.
Yeah, I mean, some people call it happenstance. I like to refer to it as hashgacha pratis, divine providence. In my case, I started to learn Chinese really out of a requirement of my personal circumstances. I went out to work to help our family's finances at a very young age, right after my bar mitzvah. Oh, wow. I ended up working in a Chinese restaurant. I started out as a dishwasher.
Were you religious at the time?
I come from a traditional family, and I started in the kitchen, moved my way out to the dining room as a busboy and then later as a waiter. And I realized that when I started waiting tables, if I really wanted to do a good job and maximize my earning potential by getting good tips, I needed to get food out of the kitchen. And the only way to do that was to be able to communicate with the cooks, all of whom were Chinese speakers.
Well, that's certainly entrepreneurial and financial related in some capacity. So you did that, and then you went on to, I guess, become, somebody who in the financial industry. When did you make the flip from learning linguistics and things of that nature to wanting to be in business?
It happened in college. It's kind of interesting. You talk to folks these days, and they go for one degree and a second degree, and they do a double major, and then they do a master's. And I end up asking people, like, who are still in college and university programs in their 30s, what do they want to be when they grow up? Mm-hmm. In my time, I and a lot of my fellow classmates were very focused on the future. I wanted to find a way that I could combine my passion in Asian culture with some functional expertise that would lead to a progression or a path in a profession. So when I was in my junior year at college, I had a conversation with my then mentor, Professor Thomas Robinson. It was a pretty quick conversation. I said, Professor Robinson, I need some direction. His first question to me was, do you want to be a doctor? I said, well, gee, I'm not pre-med, not really good with blood. So he said, okay, do you want to become a dentist? I said, well, gee, Professor, same answer. And he said, okay, you're going to law school. And so that's basically what happened. And it's been an extraordinary run because I found that the law is for me. I enjoy solving problems, really big, complex, multidimensional problems, and I enjoy helping people.
Wow, that's a great answer. Now, I was reading up about you, to try to learn more. You've got your new book coming out, obviously, Seat at the Table, which is what I really want to get into and talk about. But there were a couple of interesting anecdotes in some of the things that I read that I just needed to ask you about. The first one is I read that you helped save a rabbi from food poisoning while in China. Can you just share that story?
So I was in Beijing, 86, 87, right after I finished my JD. I was sent over as one of 10 fellowship recipients from the U.S. government, National Academy of Sciences. Mm-hmm. There were 1,000 applicants in my year. 10 were chosen. I was the only one chosen in law. And I wanted to really use the experience to better my Chinese, have experience in the mainland, learn Chinese law in China. But I also wanted to leverage the time to be able to explore the mystique and all of the back roads of China. And so whenever possible, a couple of friends and I would take trips. And one place that I really wanted to go to was Kaifeng, which was the capital of China, capital of China during the Song Dynasty. It's in Henan province. Mm-hmm. And Kaifeng was really the easternmost point in the Silk Road. It was very important in international trade in its day. As such, since it was the easternmost point, Silk Road obviously started in the west, where traders would bring products from the west and sell them in the east and vice versa. It ended up attracting a lot of Jewish traders, particularly from Persia. Oh, okay. And so there was a Jewish community that existed in Kaifeng for hundreds of years. Through intermarriage, it ended in the late Qing dynasty, let's call it the early 1900s. But I always wanted to go and explore Kaifeng, to look at and explore some of the Jewish communal artifacts there. There was a shul building that the shul used to be in, and there are still some matzevas, some tombstones that exist in where the Jewish cemetery is. And so I made the trip out there, had two really, really interesting experiences. One of them was when we went to the Kaifeng Hotel to register, as we were required under law at the time as foreigners. The manager of the hotel ran out into the courtyard where the China Travel Service office that we were registering at was located and said, do do any of you speak English? So we were foreigners. Yes, I speak English. We have a very ill foreigner here. Turned out the woman's name was Emily Fagenson. She was from Los Angeles. She was suffering from pretty acute food poisoning. We knew we needed to get her hydrated, get her some glucose, get her some antibiotics. Very, very long story, details of which, really highly entertaining details of which are in the book. But long story short, we got her to the kind of comparable 4077 MASH type, medic unit in the field, as it were. We got her sorted out, and she was rather delirious. When we finally got her hooked up to an IV, they wanted to transfer her to a room where she could rest, a bed. There were no chairs, no rolling beds. They just had two poles that connected a canvas, and she laid down on the floor. Two fellows picked her up. Another guy walking through the Chinese alleys from the office to the room where she was going to be staying, holding an umbrella over her because it was raining. And she came to and grabbed me and said, please, it turns out she was a Reform rabbi. Please go back to my hotel room.
I was like, where's the rabbi come in?
Yeah, please go back to my hotel room and get me my tefillin because I don't know if I'm going to make it and I want to say the Shema.
Oh my goodness, what a story.
But the other even more entertaining incident occurred when we finally found the neighborhood where the Jewish community resided. Mm-hmm. There was one remaining, the last granddaughter of the last halachic Jewish man, Chinese Jewish man, who lived. He passed away in the early 1900s, about the 19-teens. So somebody told us that his granddaughter was standing in the square that we were at, and I walked up to her and tried to engage her in Chinese. This was in the late 80s, call it 1986. When the Communist Party still very, very heavily controlled all activity and all contact with foreigners, to the point where local folks would not want to unnecessarily entangle themselves in trouble with the party. So despite my efforts, she almost refused to engage. I kind of got a word or two out of her. It was nice to at least have seen her. I felt that at least we accomplished that. Went back to Beijing. A couple days later, I traveled to Hong Kong. There was not a shul in Beijing at the time, and because it was Rosh Hashanah.
Oh, gosh.
And I finally put two and two together, and I figured it out. I think that she was upset because we didn't bring her a bottle of Manischewitz for Rosh Hashanah.
That's not the answer I was expecting. So I do want to jump over to your time, working in the Treasury. Now, you called Trump's trade policy chess while others play checkers. So explain why you say that, and what was it like being one of the few people that was sitting around the table helping him move those pieces around?
Maybe I'll break that out a little bit to Trump 45 and Trump 47,
okay,
and take the analogy that you've drawn from what I've said and repoint a little bit.
Okay.
And my repointing is that in order to kind of be responsive, is that I believe the president is not just playing chess, but he's playing 3D chess. Okay. The president is a strategic genius. He sees far, far in front of him. And we did, I believe, a good job on the trade front during Trump 45. The accomplishment that I'm proudest of was the Phase 1 trade agreement with China, because I had been working in China for 30 years prior to joining Treasury. Mm-hmm. I had been assisting all of clients in my big law practice for 30 years, try to address the issues that the president was trying to pursue and champion for the betterment of our country and the U.S. people. And we were never able really to get them to the table, as it were. Whereas the president used a rather large leverage point in the form of tariffs to get the Chinese to come to the table, and ultimately we settled a deal with them that didn't completely erase the whole of the deficit, but put a good a target on putting a good dent into it, as well as dealing with all of the other key major issues: intellectual property, cyber issues, predatory international development finance practices, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And if we were to fast forward to Trump 47 to really provide an illustration of the 3D chess, I believe it's brilliant what the president has done. He came out of the corner punching on day one, literally day one, leveraging his executive authority to impose tariffs all over the place. A lot of folks will argue that tariffs are not good for the economy. The numbers, I think, show otherwise. Not all of the numbers, but a lot of the numbers. But one can only look at numbers at a particular point in time. I'm wholly confident that we will see benefits economically that will come in the mid and the long term. But the game that the president played was to come out of the corner swinging really hard with some very significant tariffs. And where we've ended up in around a half a year, between 3 to 6 months, is that he has cut deals with just around 10 countries that represent roughly 70-odd% of the trade deficit, while at the same time securing direct investment into the United States from those countries and purchases of U.S. energy for those countries, which means to say that he's assisting in onshoring manufacturing and helping build our industrial base, and therefore also as a byproduct of that helping unemployment numbers, labor numbers, while at the same time pursuing his energy dominance policy. And so 3D chess really refers to that whole process, bringing that first group of countries in, clearing the way so that we could focus our important resources on cracking the biggest trade nut, which is obviously China, which represents the biggest piece of that remaining 20-odd% of the deficit.
And you think he has something in place that's going to solve this before the end of his term?
I'm hopeful. I'm very hopeful. The folks that are working on that used to work under me or were colleagues of mine, and they're very, very talented people. And from what we are reading in the press, there's every indication that they're focusing on the right issues. It's a little bit more complicated now, Mayan, because critical minerals are in the mix now, and the Chinese are using those to leverage. Semiconductors are in the mix. But our team is doing a great job. We've got good people at Treasury. Jameson Greer, who used to work under Ambassador Lighthizer at USTR, is heading USTR. We've got great folks at Commerce, and I have every confidence in them.
You didn't want to go back to the White House this time around?
I'm a little bit busy at the moment in my present position. I've got a couple of big things cooking. I thoroughly enjoyed my time at Treasury. I feel it was the best job that I ever had, but I'm very committed to doing what I'm presently doing. And
something you can't share?
Well, I'm the group general counsel of a very large investment platform. We've got one really big transaction on now that I'm looking after, and I'm thoroughly excited about that.
Got it. You're in that. So, you did, sit in your role, though, at a pretty difficult time, certainly for the U.S. economy and really for the world, because it was during the pandemic. We all know what happened to travel and tourism during that time, and you were really the one that led, from what I understand, the $94 billion airline rescue plan. So tell us, what was the most human moment that you remember from that process? I mean, how did you come up with the plan, and what was going through your head? Because this was like a lot of jobs, an entire market, really, and it was impacting the world.
Yeah. I have to say, Mayan, that it was an extraordinarily challenging 9 months of my life, simply because of the enormity of the job.
Yeah.
And so if we were to break out enormity, there's the enormity of the lives that were depending on the relief. 700,000 aviation workers, give or take. Multiply that out by 3 for the average family size, and you get a percentage of the U.S. population, right? Enormity of the task, meaning that they're like a bunch of like really big airlines, call it a group from like 7 to 13, and then there are a lot of like really small guys, all of whom are relying on the relief, but at the same time have very, very different needs, the solutions for which were very, very different. And we were very, very bootstrapped in who we had in the building and who we could rely on. And remember, there was no infrastructure. There was no federal aviation bank in existence. There was no documentation. There was no structure. There were no payment system. There were no anti-fraud systems. There was no nothing. We had an application that came in, for example, just as an example, thousands of applications came in from an applicant in the Middle East applying for $1 billion loan, which we knew, off the bat was fraud, but we didn't have systems in place. We didn't have people. And It was through, my book, I refer to my 4 Ps, one of which is perseverance, another of which is hashgacha, providence. And in my law career, I had handled at the time the largest restructuring in Asia ever that implicated billions and billions of dollars that was needed to be sorted in a very critical time period. If not, the enterprise would have failed, and the failure of that enterprise would have sent shockwaves through the Chinese financial markets, which in turn would have then had an effect on the Asian financial markets, and then in turn globally. That was a matter that went on for 2 years, nonstop, highly complex, a lot of moving parts, a lot of people, a lot of paper, and it was through the skills that I had acquired on that matter and others that really helped me through.
Now, you mentioned your 4 Ps, but you only mentioned 2 of them. So what are the rest of the 4 Ps? And, what was the hardest one to uphold when you were working in Washington?
Well, I've just referred to perseverance, and that's not a hard one. One just puts their head down and moves along. Mm-hmm. I've mentioned divine providence, which is a little bit out of my control, right? Yeah. Progress over perfection is a rule that I've tended to follow for my whole career, simply because I found that the people that get too buried in the details just never end up getting anywhere. Yeah. The one that is certainly, I think, my favorite is personal touch. I found that, specifically referring to your question on Washington, that the degree to which I was able to achieve any level of success, any degree of success, it was really because I worked hard at creating personal bonds with the people that are across the table from me. I worked with 30-plus countries in Latin America on a bunch of initiatives. I represented the United States as head of delegation to meetings at the Financial Stability Board, which are a group of G20-plus ministers of finance and central bankers, like pretty high pressure. I worked with a couple dozen countries in Asia, did a fair bit of work in the Middle East here. And uniformly, what I found was that sitting at a table, reading talkers, engaging in constructive dialogue, quote unquote, is like one thing. But if you want to get something done, you kind of got to sit down with folks and hash out issues, understand what common ground is and where the challenges and kind of conflicts are, and then come up with ways to address those conflicts. And the best way that I found to do that was through understanding who was on the other side of the table and engaging with them, hopefully, if geographic circumstances allowed, over my dining table in Kellerem. I bought a house in Washington. There are very, very limited places where one can entertain kosher. And so I decided to create my own environment in my house, which I jokingly referred to as Palazzo Setta, the Silk Palace. I give it a little bit of Italian aura. And I cooked up very nice Chinese kosher food, anything kosher, served some very nice Israeli wine, and as people will read in the book, got a lot done over the table.
Did you ever? Well, first of all, who cooked? You had like a personal chef, your wife.
So my wife is an exceptional cook.
Okay.
And she was for most of the time, except during COVID, residing at our home in Borough Park because we have 3 young kids who were in schools and we felt we really couldn't supplant them. So I would travel every week to Washington on Sunday, go home on Thursday for Shabbos. I would work Friday at home when I wasn't traveling. During COVID, the one blessing of COVID was that I got to be with my family under the same roof for 3 months straight. But through my restaurant and other work, I picked up, I'm a pretty mean cook. I do really well in the kitchen.
So you were cooking for the diplomats?
I was not only cooking. I would run out of the building at like 5. Some I would do the night before, and I would shop and I would prep and I would cook and I would serve and I would clean after they left.
It's crazy. If only people knew that. I'm assuming a seat at the table is going to explain this to us in the book.
Everybody knew that. You're absolutely correct. Everybody knew that, and a couple of my staff, the really dedicated career professionals, used to always comment how they just did not understand how I could pull off these 4-course dinners and
they
still
aren't used to Shabbat,
Yeah, absolutely.
But tell me about some of this this dinner table diplomacy. Can you share, I don't want us to run out of time, but share a story with me of something that was really successful because of this dinner party.
Well, there are two examples that I give. One with the Panamanians, where we solved a really, really big problem for them financially for their state-owned energy utility. The engagement got off to a really, really rocky start. I was very convicted to the solution that I had for them. They didn't really see it up front. And it wasn't until the third bottle of wine and maybe second bottle of vodka.
How many bottles of wine did you take? That's so funny. Or the matzo
everybody
soup.
from the Panamanian delegation used to love to come over, and we had a really exceptional engagement with them. And it's not only important for Panama and for U.S.-Panama relations, but Panama is a relatively small country, but geopolitically, strategically, it's very, very important. But I think really the biggest win was with Vietnam. I had a very, very large infrastructure finance engagement with Vietnam. It took a little bit of time to penetrate, as was the case with every country. It wasn't an easy program, very impactful, but kind of complicated, a lot of details. And I remember that on my first trip to Vietnam of probably 4, I had a meeting with the then most senior finance official, who was the most senior economic policymaker within the Vietnamese Communist Party. The first meeting was very tense because Treasury had just labeled Vietnam as a currency manipulator. Chairman Bin, who was the official's name, was not too pleased with it, so he kind of hauled me in. I thought we were going to talk infrastructure finance. I didn't think that I was going to get a talking to, which I did in front of our embassy staff. We did fine in the meeting. But on his next trip to the United States, I invited him to my house. He brought a delegation of over 15 officials. I brought some of our officials, and I brought 3 Orthodox, one of whom is Hasidic, very successful, 2 of whom are Hasidic, very successful businessmen, to join the dinner party to speak about how we conduct business, and particularly how we dedicate parts of our profits to charity and communal commitment. We served the chairman galareta, pcha. We served him herring. I served him some really great chicken, a lot of Jewish delicacies, a lot of very nice Israeli wine, a little bit of my home-infused vodka. And on my trip right after that, he made a dinner for me. In Vietnam. He organized a kosher meal for me.
Wow.
And the ambassador of Vietnam in Washington was so touched that as prep to those meetings, I had invited him over. And I write about this in the book. He was very insistent that he reciprocate at the embassy in Washington. And so my front office was very busy for 3 weeks helping the staff at the embassy, Vietnamese embassy in Washington, sort out how they could prepare one dish so that we could share a kosher meal. And it was lovely.
Wow, it's so wild. So we are running out of time, or we are out of time, but I just want to make sure that our viewers know about this book, A Seat at the Table, that you're talking about, where they can get more of these stories, which are super engaging and funny, and yet so impactful probably on Americans' day-to-day life in terms of the, impact on the economy and on our relations with these foreign countries. So A Seat at the Table, I think, is going to be released next month in September. Is that right?
September 16th. It's available for pre-order on Amazon. It's being distributed by Simon & Schuster, so all of Simon & Schuster's outlets are carrying it on a bunch of different places in the internet.
Incredible. Well, Mitchell Silk, the former Assistant Secretary for International Markets at the U.S. Department of Treasury under Donald Trump in the previous administration, thank you so much for joining today.
Well, thank you.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We are live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the region. I'm Devo Klein, and here is your roundup of the latest developments coming out of Israel. We begin this update with breaking news of a terror attack which took place in Judea, just south of Jerusalem. MADA, Israel's medical emergency services, are reporting 3 injured civilians, a woman in her 40s and a 15-year-old boy. MADA says were treated at the scene of the attack and were transferred to a hospital in Jerusalem for further care. And another victim remains on the scene with medical personnel in critical condition. Initial reports indicate a car containing 2 Palestinian terrorists rammed into a crowd at the famous Gush Etzion junction. The 2 then exited the vehicle armed with pocket knives and began attacking additional civilians. Reports are indicating that the terrorists were neutralized at the scene. And I can now sadly confirm to you that the critically injured individual has died. Medical personnel at the scene confirmed that the 30-year-old succumbed to his wounds. And as Israeli civilians are barbarically murdered on the streets by Palestinian terrorists, the UN Security Council has voted on the U.S.-backed draft resolution that pushes forward Trump's 20-point plan for the Gaza Strip ceasefire, but crucially also includes a credible pathway to Palestinian statehood. The bill passed in a 13-0 vote with Russia and China abstaining and no vetoes used. Washington is hailing this vote as historic and constructive. Let's take a listen to Mike Waltz, the U.S. representative at the UN.
This resolution, colleagues, is no mere paper promise. It's a lifeline. The resolution endorses a hard-won ceasefire. Per the carefully negotiated language in the 20-point plan, this resolution charts a possible pathway for Palestinian self-determination after the Palestinian Authority has completed the necessary reforms, where rockets will give way to olive branches and there is a chance to agree on a political horizon. It dismantles Hamas's grip. It ensures Gaza rises free from terror's shadow, prosperous and secure.
The resolution details the deployment of an international stabilization force and outlines a pathway toward Palestinian self-determination and statehood, contingent, of course, on major PA reforms and progress in Gaza's reconstruction. Now, Jerusalem initially agreed to the plan during Netanyahu's visit to Washington in September, and last night, Israeli ambassador to the UN, Dani Danon, said the resolution rightfully demands the disarming of Hamas. The Palestinian Authority is welcoming the vote and calling for immediate implementation, stating they are ready to work with the Trump administration, the EU, and Muslim states. But Hamas have quickly rejected the resolution, claiming it doesn't meet Palestinian rights. Hamas insists it will not disarm, saying, quote, resisting occupation by all means is a legitimate right. And in more diplomatic news, President Trump is reportedly advancing plans to sell F-35 jets to the Saudis. The news comes just before the arrival of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman to the White House to meet with Trump. Speaking from the Oval Office to reporters, this is what Trump had to say on the matter of the F-35s.
Yeah, no, I am planning on doing that. Yeah. They want to buy it. They've been a great ally. They've got to like us very much. Look at the Iran situation, what we did in terms of obliterating, we obliterated their nuclear capability. Yeah, I will say that we will be doing that. We'll be selling F-35s.
Now, despite Trump insisting that the Saudis remain a great ally of the United States, the Pentagon has warned that Saudi Arabia's ties with China could put the F-35 technology at risk. And U.S. officials are also concerned about preserving Israel's military edge in the region. And several Republican lawmakers backed by AIPAC say they will oppose the sale unless Riyadh agrees to normalization with Israel. And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Stay tuned for more updates as they continue coming out. I am Devo Klein, and thank you so much for watching.
Welcome back to Axis of Truth on JNS. I'm Emily Schrader here back in Jerusalem, and this week we're discussing the Jew ban in Birmingham at the Aston Villa Maccabi Tel Aviv football match, which I had the pleasure or displeasure, depending on how you look at it, of attending myself. We'll also discuss the fracture on the American right, where neo-Nazis seem to have gained a foothold within the GOP. Can the party leaders stamp out this extremism? We'll speak about this with conservative commentator and author Dinesh D'Souza about the challenges within the GOP. All this now on Axis of Truth. Well, this past week, I went to the Aston Villa Maccabi Tel Aviv football match in Birmingham, UK. Not as a journalist, not as a political commentator, but simply as a football fan. Now, mind you, Israeli fans were explicitly banned from this match for absurd reasons, which I'll detail shortly. But I bought my ticket fairly like anyone else in the Aston Villa section, and I cheered for them because their fans support Maccabi Tel Aviv and opposed the ban from day one. And yet, because I took a photo wearing a shirt that said Zioness, the horror, I was reported by someone. Someone decided that a word declaring pride in being a Jewish woman was apparently a threat or some kind of violation. Dozens of police officers and security staff from the stadium descended on me to interrogate me about what Zioness meant. They accused me, falsely, of wearing Israeli football gear in the home section at a football game. The horror. It was absurd. Even Aston Villa fans around me defended me and said that she's done nothing wrong. But the stewards from the stadium refused to listen, dragged me out of my seat anyway. Take a look.
Okay, ladies, who's got the actual Israeli football t-shirt on?
Not Israeli football t-shirt. She got a Zionist. None of us have Israeli football t-shirt. None of us. Look. This has nothing to do with Maccabi.
What? Yeah, but it's Zionist.
Yeah, but
it's Zionist.
But wait. But it's an organization and it's him. We're not doing Maccabi.
Just bear with me a minute. The report I had was that you had a football top on.
Nope,
Okay?
absolutely not.
Let me check with our controls,
sure.
and then we'll find out if you can stay or you can go. It's for your safety as much as anything else.
So this was pure discrimination, and it didn't happen in a vacuum. All of this occurred after the West Midlands police banned Maccabi Tel Aviv fans from attending altogether under the ridiculous claim that they were hooligans after the pogrom that took place against Jews who attended a similar match in Amsterdam. But what they really meant is that they couldn't guarantee Jewish safety in a city where pro-Hamas thugs roam freely. And that is indeed what we saw. Outside the stadium, the real hooligans were easy to find. Hundreds of protesters, many wearing masks in violation of UK law, waved flags of Palestine, even of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and chanted for genocide against Jews and Israel. Some of them held signs that said, "Call the anti-terror hotline if you see a Zionist." These signs were posted all over the city as well, along with others that called Israeli football players baby killers. From the streets, you would have thought that it was Palestine playing a football match that night, but it wasn't. It was just the Jew haters who can't stand the idea, apparently, of Jewish people playing sports. In the end, after I explained that my shirt had nothing to do with football and simply meant a female Zionist, I was allowed back in. But the truth is that the damage was done because this is blatant discrimination. This disgraceful episode shows just how far Britain has fallen. When the West Midlands police literally fabricated excuses and openly discriminate against Jewish or Israeli football fans while ignoring actual extremists on their streets, it's clear that the country has lost its moral compass. This was never about security. It was never about hooligan football fans or racism. It was about hatred of Israel. It was about hatred about a society so cowed by terrorists and mob rule that it punishes Jews for simply existing and wanting to attend a football match. And today I can tell you that I had the displeasure of seeing that hatred up close and personal. Well, our next story this week is also in the United Kingdom and is an example of just how egregious the money laundering has become when it comes to the Islamic Republic. A shocking investigation by the Sunday Times exposed that this week that Ali Ansari, a 56-year-old Iranian banker now sanctioned by the UK for funding the IRGC, quietly built a £142 million property empire across London's most exclusive neighborhoods. And he's far from the only one. Ansari bought more than a dozen mansions on the Bishop's Avenue in Hampstead. It's a street that's known as Billionaires Row, and he did this using a shell company registered in the Isle of Man. He disguised his Iranian identity in doing so, listing himself instead as a resident of Cyprus. But this is not a story about a single mansion or one greedy banker. Ansari went on to purchase an additional £33.7 million mansion for his family, along with 2 luxury flats near Kensington Palace, worth another £36 million. He even had staff quarters attached to each one. All the while, he was allegedly financing the IRGC, the same terror arm of the Islamic Republic behind global assassinations, cyber attacks, the targeting of journalists and dissidents worldwide. Kind of makes you wonder where all that money came from, Well, the UK government finally sanctioned Ansari after his family's private bank collapsed in Tehran under billions of pounds in debt. Officials in London have described him as a corrupt businessman who provided economic resources to the IRGC and to individuals who are working to destabilize other countries, including the United Kingdom itself. And what's truly disturbing is how openly all of this took place. Ansari wasn't even hiding. I mean, he traveled frequently to Britain. He held multiple passports from Iran, Cyprus, and St. Kitts and Nevis, and continued to oversee his sprawling London estates, while ordinary Iranians back home are facing poverty, hunger, and of course, state violence. British intelligence has already confirmed more than 20 Iran-backed plots on UK soil just in the past year. And these operations target journalists, activists, and dissidents who fled the regime's brutality. Yet even as the regime's agents are being exposed, one of its top financiers was quietly living in luxury in London's safest and wealthiest neighborhoods, and many of them still are. This story should really be a wake-up call because it proves that the regime's corruption isn't confined to Tehran. In fact, the regime actually has more influence in London than it does over the Iranian people inside of Iran. It's penetrated deep into these Western capitals, specifically London, aided by financial secrecy, shell companies, and really a lack of enforcement. And sadly, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Billions of dollars stolen from the Iranian people have been funneled through the UK and across Europe under the guise of business and investment. The same regime that jails women, that tortures women for showing their hair, that murders protesters for demanding freedom, is laundering its money through Europe, and in particular, London real estate. While the Iranian people fight for dignity and justice, their nation's wealth is being siphoned off by the cronies who live in mansions, drive luxury cars, and enjoy the freedoms denied to all those back home. Even their children attend expensive private schools in the West, while the regime itself rails against the West. Iran's dictatorship is not only exporting terror, they're exporting this corruption. And until the West shuts down these networks, every unchallenged transaction and every empty mansion will stand as a monument to our own blindness. Now, next up, we have to discuss the now viral video of Kevin Roberts, president of one of the leading conservative think tanks in Washington, the Heritage Foundation, in which he defended Tucker Carlson's decision to host neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes, a video that was nothing short of humiliating and a perfect example of the moral decay within parts of the conservative movement. Now, in this clip, which has garnered now over 25 million views, Roberts called critics of Tucker Carlson a venomous coalition, which apparently I'm now a part of. This video he halfway backtracked on only a few days later, but first he doubled down. All this, mind you, while he was pretending that his argument was that we shouldn't attack those who are also on the right. Now, this is despite the fact that Tucker Carlson has spent the past 2 years viciously attacking other conservatives. And don't even get me started on the vile scum that is Nick Fuentes that he platformed. These actions by Kevin were not courage, they were cowardice, intellectual and moral bankruptcy dressed up as some kind of principle. Now, fortunately, the backlash that we saw from some of the true conservatives was immediate. There was a lot of controversy. We saw figures like Ted Cruz, Mitch McConnell, and Ben Shapiro publicly condemning Carlson for platforming this open anti-Semite, Nick Fuentes, warning that giving him airtime wasn't really about free speech. It was about spreading the cancer of hate and racism. Even longtime GOP allies called the episode a grotesque moral failure. But tragically, we also saw that others in right-wing media who chose silence or, even worse, deflection. Megyn Kelly's continued refusal to condemn Tucker Carlson, or even the blatant Jew hatred of Candace Owens, was another display of illogical moral weakness. Now, Owens has repeatedly trafficked in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, blaming Jews for their own persecution. She's parroted extremist propaganda that honestly is completely indistinguishable from that of both the far left and the far right. And she's been spreading unbelievably inappropriate conspiracy theories about the murder of Charlie Kirk. First, she accused Israel. Now she's alluding that Erica Kirk was somehow involved. Yet instead of strong condemnation, Kelly shrugged it off and said she didn't want to attack Candace because she's a young mother. What? You're supposed to be a journalist. That is not journalism. That is enabling hate for ratings and for relevance. This really isn't a hard thing for people to do, to condemn racism. And then, of course, there's Tucker Carlson himself, whose recent embrace of anti-Semitic and authoritarian narratives isn't anything but accidental. Now, his media company was initially funded by Pakistani-Iranian businessman Omid Malik. Carlson claims that he and Neil Patel bought out Malik's stake, but the financial records do raise a lot of questions. Now, according to the available records, what Carlson would have had to pay is in the tens of millions of dollars just in difference from the initial investment, and there doesn't seem to be a conceivable way that Carlson could have afforded that, which of course prompts the question, who made up or what made up that difference in funding? Now, perhaps coincidentally, around that same time, Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump Jr., who was also involved in the establishment of this network, Tucker Carlson's network, began appearing with Qatari officials and even attended the Qatar Economic Forum. Now, Carlson's transformation from American conservative to a populist propagandist for the Islamic Republic, for Russia, for Venezuela even, reveals something possibly far darker than political naivete. It's ideological corruption, and the Heritage Foundation's defense of him shows that the right is being hijacked and subverted from within. If the conservatives in the United States cannot find the moral courage to draw the line at anti-Semitism, then they've really already lost the battle for their own soul. Well, following that story and the crazy developments on the right in America, joining us now to discuss the issue is Dinesh D'Souza. Now, Dinesh is one of the most popular conservative intellectuals in the U.S., as well as a filmmaker and an author himself. Previously, he worked in the Reagan White House, and he's the author of the best-selling book, United States of Socialism, America, and the Big Lie. Today, his new film, The Dragon's Prophecy, explores the biblical dimensions of the October 7th massacre and the struggle we see between good and evil. So as you can imagine, this conversation is extremely timely. Dinesh, thank you so much for joining us today on Axis of Truth. Now, you've been one of the most prominent conservative thinkers, I would say, in the last few decades. I want to get your take on how you interpret what's happening right now in the GOP. Unfortunately, we've seen a lot of anti-Semites and fringe, isolationists kind of attempting to take over the conservative movement from within. Do you think that this is the greatest internal threat that conservatives or conservatism has faced, at least since the Reagan era?
Yeah, I do think it is. In the Reagan era, there were safeguards and limits to all this, in the sense that you had, I would say, kind of a group of responsible guardians who, again, didn't try to suppress anybody, but made a distinction between free speech on the one hand and either endorsing points of view on the other, or allowing them respectability in the Republican Party or on the right. So these guardians were people like Bill Buckley, Irving Kristol, and there were many others. Reagan himself was also part of this. He would have no truck with any kind of naked bigotry of the kind that we're seeing today. And it's not just about the Jews. It's racial bigotry. Vivek Ramaswamy, for example, just posted a Halloween photo of his two kids, dressed up, all, looking very all-American and excited to go out and collect candy. And all you have to do is just go down his feed and you see all this abuse, about him being brown and his kids not belonging in America. And so the anti-Semitism is allied with other types of bigotry that are also resurfacing in very ugly ways. And so I think not only is there the risk of chasing away conservative Jews, but also conservative Indians, conservative Blacks, conservative Latinos. I mean, there is no Trump coalition without these conservative minorities that have been moving in the direction of the GOP. So nothing could be more destructive and suicidal, just from a political point of view, to allow this to continue.
Well, the Heritage Foundation, one of the leading moral and intellectual pillars of the conservative movement, they helped shape the agenda of the Reagan and actually also the Trump administration. How did it get to this point with what we saw just in the past few weeks? The defense of figures like Tucker Carlson by Kevin Roberts, who even in that video he released kind of echoed some of these anti-Semitic talking points himself. They've also aligned themselves in some cases with Islamist-backed propaganda networks in some cases. And is this just ideological drift, or is it a deliberate subversion of the right that we're seeing?
This is a hard question to answer because I have known a lot of these parties: Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Bannon, Gates. My first job when I came to Washington, D.C. in 1985 was at the Heritage Foundation. I was the managing editor of their magazine, then called Policy Review. So I'm a Heritage alumnus, you could say. And I think all of this is so difficult to analyze on the basis of motive. It's very easy to analyze on the basis of its effects, which are manifestly destructive. And the motives, I think, vary between these different people and institutions. So, for example, Candace, I think, has always wanted to be a kind of Hollywood figure. And I don't know if she became enamored with Kanye West, and that was her entree to that cultural sphere, which is actually more important to her than the political sphere. I don't know if that's where she got the virus, I think is what I'm saying. Tucker is a whole different matter. There's been the idea that he's being paid by Qatar, but he's from a wealthy family. He has a large following. He doesn't really need Qatar to pay his electric bill. So it has never seemed to me to be at least an adequate explanation. And yet, Tucker does act like an agent of Qatar, right? In other words, he defends Qatar in his newsletter all the time. Not only that, he's defended Sharia law, which is a very odd thing for him to defend. Societies with Sharia law are a lot more orderly. And he has said that Netanyahu is the main villain of the war with Hamas. So not Hamas. And again, this goes beyond disagreements with Israel or beliefs that Israel had the wrong strategy. Now, Heritage is in a different position. I think what's happened with Heritage, to some degree also with TPUSA, Turning Point, they have gone rather deep into the water with Tucker. And disassociating with him is very difficult. I mean, Heritage has been funneling a lot of money to be a sponsor of Tucker's show, and they have sort of a alliance with the Tucker Carlson network. In their defense, or to say a word on their behalf, this Tucker turn is all fairly recent. I mean, I myself toured with Tucker a year ago in Australia. We spoke in a number of Australian cities. Not a word of any of this came up. And so this is all a new Tucker, if I can put it that way, that we're seeing over the last 6 to 9 months. And maybe Heritage is in a difficult position of not quite knowing what to do now that it's kind of like entering into a legal partnership with somebody you discover that they're a fraudster. And now you're like, what do I do now? So I'm hoping that Heritage is actually looking for a way to disassociate from Tucker. But I think they are very reluctant to do that in a public manner.
Now, one of the things that I found particularly disturbing is this idea that you can't criticize someone because they're on the right. And I know you spoke a little bit about Tucker Carlson already. I personally wouldn't even consider him to be on the right anymore. I mean, he was defending Venezuelan socialism under Maduro just a few days ago. He interviewed Pezeshkian, the president of the Islamic Republic, with really a softball interview. And he says that he hates Christian Zionists when his own father was a Christian Zionist. I mean, I'm not really sure how people are still justifying this as some sort of movement on the right. This isn't anything I certainly ever grew up with in any of the organizations I was involved with. So I guess I'm just confused as to why it would even be difficult to condemn for Turning Point USA, for Heritage Foundation, for Megyn Kelly, for many of the people whom I've long admired, in some cases worked with. Why is it so hard for them to say we disagree with this and these are problematic statements? Because that's not cancellation, it's condemnation. How did this happen? I mean, we're seeing people on the right suddenly behaving like the left.
Yeah, and look, I think the roots of it go back to the fact that there has been so much political repression, deplatforming, censorship. You can't say this, you can't say that. A lot of young people have been sort of villainized for being young and white and male. And let's just say that propaganda campaign, heavy handed as it was, has not worked because a lot of young people went in the exact opposite direction and now began to interpret the more outrageous the thing you say, the more you are giving the middle finger to these elites who are trying to keep you down. This is really the key to understanding the popularity of Nick Fuentes, for example. It's not that people think that Nick Fuentes is Nick Fuentes purports to be an alpha male. I mean, he's unbelievably beta male, right? He's got this high-pitched nasal voice. He looks like any mid-sized woman could like crush him, to the ground. So he's not exactly an embodiment of like Conan the Barbarian, but he is the ultimate kind of middle finger guy, right? And so if you say something is a taboo, he will say it. And I think a lot of young people are like, yeah. So this is the sort of cultural phenomenon you're dealing with now. The idea that all these young people are sort of they have a coherent ideology, they don't. So I blame the Pied Pipers like Tucker who are feeding them that ideology. The ideology is not coming from the bottom up. It's actually being provided from the top down. And that is why the responsibility falls squarely on guys like Tucker who are, in a very sort of sly way, advancing ideas without taking the responsibility of defending those ideas. Like, I've never seen Tucker say, all right, let me give you 3 reasons why it would have been really good for us to ally with Hitler against Stalin in World War II. It's because, let's just say, Hitler was not a threat to Europe, Stalin was. Hitler wasn't going around invading other countries, Stalin was. Now, all of this is the opposite of the truth. So you can't make that case. So he doesn't bother to make it. He simply brings it out of a guest. He agrees wholeheartedly. He acts like it's a very profound insight that has been suppressed for decades. This is the modus operandi that we're dealing with. And I think what is heartening, I think, Emily, is that when I first went out against Tucker, no one was condemning him by name. People were disgruntled, but they were afraid to take him on, partly because they saw him as too deeply embedded. He's got Trump's cell phone, and he's close to JD, and he's got a massive following. But I'm happy to say that now pretty much the entire mainstream of the conservative movement is up in arms about all this. I think even Heritage is in full-scale retreat, although they're treating it, I think, regrettably, not as a moral problem, but as a crisis management problem, which reflects a real weakness at that institution.
I want to ask you a little bit about the Dragon's Prophecy, your new film. It makes the moral and biblical case for Israel. And unfortunately, today, I think we see Christianity sort of being twisted, mostly by political actors, to justify hatred of Jews or even other forms of anti Semitism, in some cases, even sympathy for terrorists. How did this inversion happen? And what do you say to Christians who are being misled into thinking that this hostility to the state of Israel is somehow an expression of faith?
There's a scene in that film, this is toward the end, where my wife Debbie and I are baptized in the Jordan River. Now, this is a very innocuous thing that we did before there was any of this controversy. And yet, symbolically, look at what it shows. It shows, first of all, our connection as Christians to the land of Israel. I mean, that Jordan River has been flowing since ancient times. It's the same water. It also happens to be the same water in which Jesus was baptized. And so this emphasizes that it emphasizes the Jewishness of Jesus, someone who's raised in a Jewish household, taught in synagogues, bathed in the pool of Siloam along with the countless other Jews, walked the pilgrimage road to the temple. So, despite the universality of God, and of course Christians believe in the universality of the message of Jesus, nevertheless, you can't deny the particularity of that same God. He chose a particular people at a particular time in history. So, in that sense, God's presence in the world, we understand as Christians, was manifested in a very particular way. I think it was one of the popes, it might have been Benedict or John Paul, I don't remember, who said it is the Holy Land for everyone, but it is the promised land only to the Jews. That's the mainstream Christian position. Now, admittedly, over centuries, there have been renegade groups that have tried to separate the Jews from the Christians, the Old Testament from the New. By the way, the latest practitioner of this dark art was the Nazis themselves, who needed Christian support, particularly in Munich and those parts of Germany, and so they needed a Christianity, and so they sort of adopted what they called positive Christianity, which was an attempt to kick out the Old Testament or the Hebrew scriptures out of the Bible and claim, in a sense, an earlier version of replacement theology. So isn't it amazing that this exact same sort of doctrine and heresy is back and is being pursued by people who have, well, something of a similar agenda?
Yeah, disappointing, I would say, but yeah, it's definitely interesting. I know your film also draws a parallel between what happened on October 7th and also the ancient biblical wars that we read about between Israel, or I should say the Israelites, and the Philistines. Do you see today's ideological and spiritual battles, even inside the West, not just in the Middle East, as a continuation of that same moral struggle between good and evil?
Yes, I think that in ancient times, the battle was fought mainly on the battlefield. And so the Israelites had to put on the armor and face the Philistines, either individually, as David did with Goliath, or collectively on the battlefield. Today, it's a more complex battlefield because the battlefield is partly military, as we see in the war between Israel and Hamas, but it's also cultural, it's moral, there's a propaganda war going on, and also the enemies are more complicated. Even though the Palestinians and the Philistines, that's kind of the same name, they're not actually the same people. They're motivated differently, right? The Palestinians do it in the name of Allah. They are Muslims. They claim themselves the mantle of God. The Philistines, of course, were pagans and worship multiple gods. You also have inside the West this phenomenon of the of a cultural left that is politically allied with these radical jihadis. A very odd alliance. Some people have called it the Red-Green Alliance. It's particularly odd because those two groups cannot inhabit each other's worlds. And God forbid, if you and I were defeated and we were out of the picture and they control the world, I think they would start chopping each other's heads off. Only one side would be left standing. So that macabre, that is exactly what happened in Iran, and the jihadis won. So that's an excellent point. So yes, I do think that it's a spiritual war, no less now than then. Although I think that the weapons and the landscape of the battlefield is broader and somewhat different.
Well, exactly, and that's what happened in Iran. The last question I want to ask you for today, in the Dragon's Prophecy, you call for Christians and Jews to return to their roots and to stand united. I think it's more important perhaps now than ever, in particular this week, at least than it has been in a long time. But what does that actually look like in practice? And can the moral alliance between Christians and Jews survive this wave of anti-Semitic, infiltration and more importantly, political manipulation that we're witnessing right now?
The need for it is very obvious, both on the political and on the spiritual level. So in other words, if the devil, which is the dragon, is resurrecting the ancient enemies of Israel, in an effort to attack not only, by the way, the Jews, God's chosen people, but also what the film calls the spiritual Israelites, which is to say the Christians who are, in the words of the Bible, engrafted onto the tree. So in other words, this is the spiritual case for Jews and Christians to come together. But look, even if you were to set aside the Bible and the spiritual argument, if there's a red-green alliance, it's united by one thing: hatred of Jews and Israel on the one hand, and hatred of Christians and the principles of America and the West on the other. So it's not very hard to see why the hated groups need to come together against the bad guys, right? Against the devil's platoons, if I can put it that way. This is what makes the right-wing effort, the perverse effort on the MAGA right to drive a wedge between Jews and Christians, a wedge between America and Israel, all the more baffling. And I think that even though we could give rational and even secular arguments for why that's come about, in the end, I think that there is a sort of diabolical or spiritual root even to that. In other words, the dragon is operating not only with the jihadis, not only with the cultural left, but I'm sorry to say, also right of center on our own side, sowing the seeds of division and hatred.
And just for our viewers, how can people watch this when it's available?
The website for the film is thedragonsprophecyfilm.com. You can stream it on a number of platforms. And it's also available in DVDs on Amazon and also from that same website. So it's The Dragons, plural, prophecyfilm.com.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Dinesh D'Souza. Absolute pleasure to have you on.
My pleasure.
And now for our good story of the week. For the good, the bad, and the ugly, IDF soldier Jonathan Carton was speaking at a Students Supporting Israel event in Toronto at TMU, only to have an anti-Semitic mob raid literally the event and assault him. Now, while security was unable to control these violent thugs, Jonathan took action and expelled physically many of the rioters himself. Take a look at this hero. Well, our bad story of this week, Birmingham wasn't enough for the freak show that has become the anti-Israel movement. A recent push from countries like Slovenia, Ireland, and Norway shows an effort to expel Israel from FIFA and UEFA because clearly Jews playing sports is just unacceptable. This isn't the first such attempt, but as more countries are joining on this bullying campaign, concerns are rising. Their justifications are that some teams play over the green line in parts of Judea and Samaria, and that there are not what they called anti-racism measures. Now, keep in mind that the Israeli national football team is composed of Arabs and Jews, and the captain himself was a Muslim Israeli, but apparently that's not enough for these obsessive Jew haters. Shame on them. And last but not least, our ugly story of the week. And no, believe it or not, it's not actually socialist jihad lover Mamdani winning the election for mayor of New York City, but it is related. Within 24 hours of the election, one of the largest schools in New York was defaced with swastikas, and Mamdani's response was to condemn the actions, despite his previous anti-Semitic associations and statements. The best part of all of this, however, was that the founder of the pro-Hamas group within our lifetime, Nirdin Kiswani, who's led countless blatantly anti-Semitic demonstrations in New York, was furious with Mamdani for condemning anti-Semitism. She then went on to imply that anti-Semitic attacks are merely false flags and that there isn't a problem of anti-Semitism. Now, keep in mind, these are the same types of people who got Mamdani into office. There's a reason that we saw people like former squad member Jamal Bowman, America Deserve 9/11 streamer Hassan Piker, and of course Hezbollah fangirl Rania Khalik at Mamdani's victory party in New York City. So to see them already turning on their own, it's very satisfying to watch. Sad for New York, though, as the city is definitely lost under Mamdani. Well, that's it for this week on Axis of Truth. Of course, we'll be back soon with more interviews and stories from the Middle East and beyond. I'm Emily Schrader. Be sure to follow me on social media, Emily K. Schrader or Emily in Tel Aviv. And thank you for watching. See you next week on Axis of Truth.
As the United Nations Security Council prepares to vote on a U.S.-sponsored resolution centered around President Trump's 20-point Gaza plan, Prime Minister Netanyahu is making his position unmistakably clear. There will be no Palestinian state west of the Jordan River. The resolution includes language suggesting the conditions may finally be in place for a credible pathway to Palestinian statehood, language Israel is now working to soften or to remove. With us to break this down is Ambassador Alan Baker, former Israeli ambassador to Canada, a key negotiator of the Oslo Accords, and one of Israel's leading experts in international law. Thank you for joining us.
You're very welcome.
Ambassador Baker, let's start with the breaking headline. Netanyahu says there will be no Palestinian state west of the Jordan River. How does that square with the language in the Security Council resolution suggesting a credible pathway to Palestinian statehood?
Well, the language of the resolution, which copies the Trump plan, the Gaza plan, isn't in absolute terms. It may lead to a possible pathway to Palestinian possible statehood. It's so unclear that I don't think, even if it appears in a Security Council resolution, it doesn't create any absolute determination that there will be a Palestinian state. So I don't think it's incompatible with Israel's position. It doesn't really say anything more than the Trump plan says.
So from a legal and diplomatic perspective, how binding is such a language in a UN Security Council resolution? It appears that you think it isn't.
It's not binding. First of all, it's not a binding resolution. In as much as the seventh chapter of the UN Charter enables the Security Council to adopt binding resolutions and send peace forces and things like that. This is not the same. This is a sort of recommendation. It's more or less putting into a formalized framework the Trump plan. It doesn't say anything more than that, and it doesn't say anything less than that. So, I think that this is perhaps being blown up out of proportion by, excuse me saying, by the Israeli media. It's nothing more than there already existed according to the Trump plan. That's it.
While that may be the case, Israel is reportedly lobbying to water down or remove the statehood clause. In your experience negotiating international agreements, how often does such lobbying succeed? And what tools does Israel even have right now to influence the final wording?
Well, the only tool that Israel has is its relationship with the United States. And I'm not sure whether President Trump or the United States delegation will want to alter something that's already been put into the American Trump plan. It already appears there. So adding it or taking it out of the Security Council resolution, in my opinion, won't make much difference.
Now, this plan, it envisions an apolitical Palestinian administration in the future and a Trump-chaired board of peace overseeing Gaza. How realistic is that structure, and what happens when Trump is no longer there?
Good questions. First of all, if Trump is president of this forum, then it's not necessarily limited to his presidency. It could also be after his presidency. That's one thing. But the other thing is this: it's difficult for me to see the Palestinian Authority ever being capable, able, or willing to take on the administration of the Gaza Strip. It's very difficult for me to see any possibility of Hamas agreeing to demilitarize, to remove its weapons, to destroy its fortifications, to blow up its tunnels. All these things are very, very difficult propositions for whatever administration force or presence will be. And it's difficult for me to see how states such as Turkey will want to advance anything like that. So because they're in cahoots with Hamas all the time, it's difficult for me to see them demilitarizing Hamas and taking away from them their weapons. So I think we have yet to see whether anything of this will really become realistic.
Ambassador Baker, thank you very much for this input.
You're welcome.
Well, now joining us to analyze the U.S. proposal for Gaza as well as the potential agreements with Saudi Arabia is Gerald Steinberg of NGO Monitor. Gerald, thank you so much for joining us today. Always a pleasure to have you on. Now, obviously, Israel wants to expand the Abraham Accords, but the question now is, at what cost? Can Israel afford to have Saudi Arabia with F-35 jets?
There are lots of issues on the table right now. First of all, let's start by looking at the differences between the Trump administration and the Israeli interests. Trump and people around him, Steve Witkoff and others, they want to have big deals involving a lot of money, and the Saudis are the key to that. Saudis, Qataris, and others. They're talking about selling the jets. That's a lot of jobs, a lot of money. It's a lot of close relations with this very, very wealthy oil kingdom in Arabia, Saudi Arabia. So that's an American interest, or that's a Trump interest in particular, and it's short term. In other words, Trump doesn't care what happens in 10 years or 20 years. What he wants to say is get the headlines. He wants to get the benefits of it immediately. In Israel, the issues are much more long term, much more significant. How stable is the Saudi regime? Is the Saudi regime with F-35s going to be a major threat? The quantitative edge, all those things that you talked about in the intro section, in the video that you clipped that you showed, those are all very, very important issues for Israel. We're almost talking in entirely parallel and different dimensions. Israel looks at it day to day. What are the Saudis going to be able to bring? Yes, the Abraham Accords, but the Abraham Accords are not an end in itself. They're a path towards changing the Middle East. So it's no longer Israel against all these Arab countries. They're no longer going to be support for the Palestinians. There's not going to be a Palestinian terrorist state. If that is not part of the agreement, then we're not going to get anywhere with this. It's just going to be a lot of talk. And I think basically that's where we are now.
Now, switching to Gaza, we've already seen alarming reports of Hamas regaining power in key areas. How concerned should Israel be about the reports we're seeing? And frankly, what are Israel's options in this situation?
Israel now controls about half of Gaza, not where most of the population is. So there is a reduced risk from Hamas compared to where we were 2 years ago. But it's not over by any means. Hamas is still in power, as we've seen. They're still controlling the population. They're controlling day-to-day events everywhere. And they also still maintain their weapons. One of the other aspects of this is when Trump came up with his 20-point peace plan, one of the key aspects was disarming Hamas. Now, turns out, not surprisingly, that nobody wants to disarm Hamas. No other country is going to do it. Only the IDF can do it. If the IDF is not in that part of Gaza, how are we going to disarm Hamas? That's really a stalemate right now. Lots of reports, lots of talks, but it's really a stalemate. And Hamas is using that to rebuild. That's extremely dangerous. So I think as we are seeing in southern Lebanon against not just southern Lebanon, but against Hezbollah, the war is continuing and will continue at a lower level of intensity, but Israel will have to be active also in the area that it no longer controls. It's going to have to go after those Hamas capabilities piece by piece. It's a long game, not a short game. It's not going to be quick. Let's sign an agreement. We're going to disarm Hamas. We're going to create a new framework for rebuilding Gaza, and we're going to have peace in our time. This is going to be continuing, ongoing conflict, and Israel is going to have to manage that and also the American political pressure to come up with some sort of magic formula and pretend that Hamas is not really a threat. For Israelis, we know that that pretense is not at all a basis for policy.
Well, we are almost out of time, but I want to ask you quickly before I let you go. One of the things mentioned in that U.S. proposal is the path to a Palestinian state. How likely are we to see this come to fruition, and how will Israel respond to this demand?
Palestinian state's been on the table on and off for at least 20 years. We had back, I think it was in 2004, the Bush plan and the quartet that Tony Blair headed, and the Palestinian state was articulated as part of that. At one point, Prime Minister Netanyahu, early in his period in his term, one of his earlier terms, actually gave a speech at my university where he endorsed a Palestinian state and a two-state path to peace. The Palestinian state is the easy part. The path to peace doesn't really exist. Palestinian society needs to be changed from the ground up. That's going to take a long time. So it's really words we're talking about, but words that could work to Israel's detriment if we don't play the game carefully.
All right, well, I do have to let you go, but I want to thank you, Gerald Steinberg of NGO Monitor, for joining us today.
Emily, always a pleasure to talk to you. Bye.
And now joining us today to discuss the latest in Syria and the possibility of normalization is U.S. Congressman Marlin Stutzman from Indiana. Thank you so much for joining us today, Congressman Stutzman. Now, you met with Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara at a moment when Syria is trying to rebrand itself after years of brutality under Assad. What evidence did you see that this new leadership is genuinely breaking away from extremism? Do you believe that al-Shara is sincere?
Well, first of all, just being in Syria and seeing the people of Syria and the fact that they are working so hard to recover after the brutal Assad regime would just touch my heart. I mean, they are such strong people, and of course, the people that are very proud of their country, and they want to rebuild. I really believe it's because of the people and the Syrian American community that is going to help make this successful one way or the other. President al-Shara obviously has a very checkered past, one that we would have all said probably not the pick that we would have chosen, but he's the president. And, he is young. He's 42 years old. He has a young family. He continues to tell us that the reason he joined al-Qaeda and al-Nusra was because of his fight against Assad in Syria and also against ISIS. He's the first president to come to the United States since the French mandate that defined Syria and to meet with President Trump. So those are all good signs. And he was here to sign a coalition agreement to fight ISIS. And so it's going to be really interesting over the next several weeks as he's back in Syria, how this goes. There's obviously still some challenges in Syria. My hope is, and my message to him has always been that, religious freedom, respect for all peoples in Syria has to happen for Syria to be successful. Syria is very diverse, and that diversity can be their strength as long as everyone has a seat at the table.
Now, you've suggested that U.S. sanctions could be eased if Syria meets certain human rights benchmarks. As you alluded to, unfortunately, we've already seen massacres of Druze, of Christians. What safeguards would the U.S. insist on before lifting these sanctions, and is progress being made on that front?
Well, first of all, I would say just having President Trump in the White House is a huge deterrent to President al-Shara. And my hope is that, he truly does want to focus towards the West rather than to Russia or Iran or even China. When I met with him back over the Easter holiday, he told me that he had offers from the Chinese. He wouldn't even refuse to meet with them, or he refused to meet with them. He had an offer from the Russians on his desk. And he said even back then he wanted to meet with President Trump. He's also, saying that he's helped push Hezbollah out of Lebanon and north of Israel. He's open to conversations about joining the Abraham Accords. So there's a lot of good things that are being said. I've said it from the very beginning that his actions speak louder than his words. But so far, outside of what's happened in Soweto and up in the coastal region with the Alawites, where there have been killings and brutal killings, if there's any connection to the al-Shara government, that would be very devastating because I think it undermines what he's trying to accomplish, or I hope he's trying to accomplish. So, I gave him a letter from an evangelical church in Syria when he was here in the United States this past Sunday, and asked, him to read it and to recognize the church, to recognize the Christians, but also we're asking him. And President Trump is very aware of what's happened in Soweto and with the Druze community of the killings back in July. They were horrific. And it reminds us all of the jihadist and the extremism that is still alive in the Middle East and other parts of the world. So my hope is that he truly does want to build a successful, strong Syria. I also just shared with him briefly that, Christians from around the world would love to go to Jerusalem, to the holy city of Jerusalem, and then go to Damascus, which is another holy city where Saul went to Damascus and met Christ on the road to Damascus. So the tourism and the economic impact that would have would be just dramatic for the country. And they could all be living in peace and prosperity rather than having jihad wars around the country.
Well, Israel's security, of course, is tightly bound to what happens in Damascus. After your meetings, do you believe that Syria is ready or even willing to pursue real normalization with Israel, perhaps even joining the Abraham Accords? Or are we seeing more optimistic rhetoric without strategic intent?
I think that we as Americans, and President Trump is the strongest negotiator. He's the strongest diplomat. He knows he has a strong hand. And in this case, I would love to see us have a presence in Syria, whether it's the business community and partnerships, whether it's even our military. There's some military bases in Syria that Americans we could plant some of our military there, and I think that would be healthy to have that done, especially between Israel and Turkey. Syria is going to play a pivotal role in the security of the Middle East and the Gulf states, but also leading up into Europe. Considering what's going on between Turkey and Greece, there's a lot of friction around Turkey, and so this could be something that we as Americans, we could have a presence there. President Trump has talked about having, the military base back in Afghanistan, which I was there. I was at the base in Afghanistan back in 2014, and it was a huge base, and it's pretty much been just wiped away. And so, when we have these opportunities to have a base that can secure peace and we can have a presence there, I think it's something we should do, because we don't want more wars that we have to eventually fight. And by having a presence there would be a great deterrent.
All right, well, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us today, U.S. Representative Stutzman.
Thank you. It's great to be with you.
At ILTV, we're not just reporting the news, we are on a mission. Every story we tell stands for truth, for Zionism, and for Israel. When you subscribe, you're not just buying an app, you're becoming a partner in strengthening Israel's voice around the world. ILTV is factual, direct, and unapologetically pro-Israel. And we need you with us. Scan the QR code on your screen right now to subscribe and stand with Israel. Because this isn't just news, it's a mission.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We are live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the region. I'm Devo Klein, and here is your roundup of the latest developments coming out of Israel. We begin this update with the news of a terror ramming attack at the Gush Etzion Junction in Judea, just south of Jerusalem. One man in his 30s was declared dead after sustaining severe wounds in the attack. 3 others were injured, including a woman in her 40s and a young boy aged just 15 were lightly injured and transferred to a hospital in Jerusalem for further care. This, according to MADA, Israel's medical emergency services. Now, according to the initial IDF probe into the attack, 2 Palestinian terrorists had rammed their car into a crowd at the junction before exiting the car armed with pocket knives and running towards civilians to cause more harm. The 2 terrorists were neutralized at the scene. The IDF is now confirming that upon inspection of the vehicle, Israeli security forces and the IDF located multiple explosive devices in the trunk of the car. Specialists are now working to neutralize these explosives. Now, these explosives indicate the intent of these murderous terrorists to cause significant and large-scale harm to Israeli civilians. And as Israeli civilians are barbarically murdered by Palestinian terrorists, the UN Security Council has voted on the U.S.-backed draft resolution that pushes forward Trump's 20-point plan for the Gaza Strip ceasefire, but crucially also includes a, quote, credible pathway to Palestinian statehood. Now, the bill passed in a 13-0 vote with Russia and China abstaining and no vetoes used. Washington is hailing this vote as historic and constructive. Let's take a listen to Mike Waltz, the U.S. representative to the UN.
This resolution, colleagues, is no mere paper promise. It's a lifeline. The resolution endorses a hard-won ceasefire. Per the carefully negotiated language in the 20-point plan, this resolution charts a possible pathway for Palestinian self-determination after the Palestinian Authority has completed the necessary reforms, where rockets will give way to olive branches and there is a chance to agree on a political horizon. It dismantles Hamas's grip. It ensures Gaza rises free from terror's shadow, prosperous and secure.
The resolution details the deployment of an international stabilization force and outlines a pathway toward Palestinian self-determination and statehood, contingent, of course, on major PA reforms and progress in Gaza's reconstruction. Israeli ambassador to the UN, Dani Danon, said the resolution rightfully demands the disarming of Hamas. The Palestinian Authority is welcoming the vote and calling for immediate implementation, but Hamas have quickly rejected the resolution, claiming it doesn't meet, quote, Palestinian rights. Hamas insists it will not disarm, saying, quote, resisting occupation by all means is a legitimate right. And Israel is finally responding to the claims that the charter flight carrying 300 Palestinians who were refused entry to South Africa and left on the tarmac for 12 hours was because Israel didn't provide sufficient documentation. Take a listen to Prime Minister Netanyahu's spokesperson and a good friend, Shosh Bedrosian.
South Africa's government has raised concerns about the arrival of a plane load of Palestinians from Gaza, with officials there saying the matter was under investigation. Steve, I'm reading the remaining response and question that you have here, specifically talking about Palestinians ending up in South Africa. I don't have much I can share with you on that, but the Prime Minister has made it clear that if Palestinians want to leave, they should be allowed to leave the Gaza Strip. And if they want to come back to the Gaza Strip, they should also be allowed to come back.
And are you experiencing difficulties online? This is probably why. A widespread outage at Cloudflare has caused major network disruptions across platforms, including X, Canva, video game League of Legends, ChatGPT, Facebook, and others. Users reporting experiences of 500 errors. And that is a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Stay tuned for more updates. I'm Devo Klein, and thanks so much for watching.
After 11 long years, the body of Lieutenant Hadar Golding has finally come home as chilling new testimony emerges from hostages and horrific sexual abuse. With Hamas refusing to disarm and these revelations shaking the nation to its core, is Israel on the brink of a final decisive confrontation? And in New York, a shocking leaked video reveals who's funding newly elected anti-Israel Mayor Mamdani, God help us. We're unpacking it all right here on The Quad. Welcome back, everybody, to The Quad, and here in our Jerusalem studios with my wonderful co-hosts, Emily Schrader, human rights activist and journalist, Shoshana Keats-Jaskell, founder of Chochmat Nashim, Elevating Orthodox Women's Voices, and a special guest co-host all the way from London, Stephen Phillips. You may know him as Lord Stephen Phillips from X, but he is the executive director of Jewish ERGs, and he's going to explain to us what that is a little later. Welcome back, and we have a show for you. Hadar Golding's remains come back to Israel after 11 years, after an incessant campaign by his family and, of course, Hamas as ever trying to do tricks in the last minute not to return the body. And on top of all of that, we have these harrowing tales of sexual abuse coming from one of the captives who came back. Look at this.
הפשיטו אותי מכל הבגדים, תחתונים, הכל. קשרו אותי אלימות מינית, וזה בעיקר המטרה שלה להשפיל. המטרה שלו הייתה להשפיל אותי, לדרוך לי את הכבוד, וזה בול מה שהוא עשה. כן. וזה קשה, זה הדבר הנוראי. זה משהו שהנאצים לא עשו אותו.
But as Hamas is refusing to disarm, are we looking into another showdown? We're seeing what's going on in Lebanon. They're rearming. They're moving south. Are we going to see a second round of this whole entire war again? Emily, what do you have to say?
Yes.
Again?
Yes. I do think we will see another round. And
of everything?
Well, yeah, because I mean, we already know that from literally within days of the Iran-Israel conflict ending in June, they were trying to build up a new proxy in Sudan. They have just in the past year, despite all of the sanctions, despite all of the obstacles that the regime is facing in Iran, they've sent over $1 billion worth to Hezbollah to rebuild in Lebanon. So of course it's going to happen.
Meanwhile,
you have Hamas that hasn't been completely obliterated, another proxy of the regime. It's not going to go until the regime goes.
Sending $1 billion with a country which is starving and thirsty. And this is what we have in Iran. Lebanon, the Lebanese army haven't managed to control the Hezbollah forces. They had a golden opportunity. And what's going to happen with Syria, God knows, because Al-Jarrah, or whatever his name is, Jolani, is playing basketball in the White House. Shoshana.
I don't even know what to say. I feel like I don't. Emily usually is very on point with these things, so I'm a little bit sad to hear her say yes, because I'm like, no, like I just got the mamad cleaned out. Like I just got used to not hearing sirens and not worrying about where my kids were and not thinking about all the chayalim. Like it's almost like it's too good to be true that they're all going to come home and bury, and the ones who are still not home. And round two, this is round 67, 30 million. Like, I don't know. How do you get rid of Hezbollah when they don't want to get be gotten rid of? How do you get rid of Iran when they don't want to be gotten rid of? Unless you, I mean, I don't have an answer. I don't know.
Well, unless you assist the people in overthrowing the Islamic Republic of Iran, as they have been begging for 40
what does that look like? Honestly,
Yeah,
what does that
what
look
would
like?
it looks like investing in infrastructure that can supply internet to them in the times of protest. It looks like, if possible, arming them. It looks like supporting opposition groups in order to have a united opposition. It looks like full enforcement of sanctions and holding regimes like Russia and China accountable
you're
for
talking about
sanction
the world.
evasion. I mean, their oil exports are the highest that they've been since 2015 in the last year. How do you explain that?
Didn't they
at a
just-
time when there's unprecedented sanctions?
Didn't we just, exactly, they just put the sanctions back on them. So
but no one is enforcing those who are helping them evade, like China and like Russia.
And ultimately, they're the head of the snake, and all of the exported terrorism is coming from them. But I think the difference is now, at least with Gaza, that we're on that yellow line, which is 53% of the strip, and we're not moving. And these people are not rearming. And so if it only means that we've enclosed the terrorists a little bit more, and they now have to worry about how they manage their own people, which is going to be a big challenge for them, not us, maybe that's a little bit of a victory. Stephen, welcome.
I think the saddest thing for me, and thank you for having me, what a badass collection of people to be sat next to. The saddest thing for me is to hear me say yes, because this is my 4th trip to Israel since the war started. I was here on October 7th. There's a whole collection of things that happened. And this is the first time it feels like the cloud has just shuffled and shifted away a little bit. I landed, you haven't got so many faces, it's just a few. And everything feels a little bit more whatever normal is in this country. I'm not sure what normal is here.
Yeah.
But it does feel a bit post. So to hear Emily kind of, yes, is like, oi, I don't think we can do it as well. How many chocolate bars can we send you? Like, really, it's enough.
I think that we're just realistic, and ultimately you're dealing with a mentality that doesn't believe in peace, they just believe in hudna, which is the peace between the wars, which is basically what Israel has gotten used to, our whole entire modern state existence here, the peace between the wars, and that's how we incredibly thrive as an economy. By the way, people don't talk about this, and they want to be doom and gloom about Israel's economy. The Israeli shekel is the strongest it's been, and a war hasn't knocked it down. Now, why is that? People are asking, why is that? Because very quietly, there's so much investment. There's so many AI data centers being done quietly. NVIDIA has invested so much money here. The concentration of AI talent in the world is here. And so, you can hate us all you want, but ultimately, we hold here a lot of that database intelligence that is going to be running the world. And people don't seem to understand that when you want to boycott us, you're in fact boycotting yourselves, which brings me to Mandani. My God, I was in New York last week. And I started the day I met with some Jewish friends of mine who'd been very involved in the Cuomo campaign. And at the beginning of the day, everybody was a little positive that maybe, like Trump, the polls got it wrong and people didn't want to admit they were voting for Cuomo. And then as the day progressed, it got increasingly...
It wasn't a landslide, but because there was the additional... Because they had SOA, so it was...
Yeah,
but even if he had been in there, he would have lost by 32,000 votes.
It still would have lost. I blame the Jews for Mandani, to be honest, but that's a whole other thing. But
there aren't that many Jews in New
Cuomo
York.
was not a good candidate.
He was never...
Well, for sure. You could blame the Democrats.
When you have a person who is, an alleged sex predator, that's not exactly a great candidate to run.
He's right.
No.
It's true.
It wasn't.
Your back choices, no one wins.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, New York definitely lost, and the Social Democrats of America have got their little laundry list of what they want Mandani to do.
They're just going forward with their plan.
But everything, there's not one thing that hasn't got something to do with boycotting Israel. Not one thing. Not the free buses. I mean, these are the Social Democrats of America. So nothing to do with socialism, only to do with Jew hatred, because that was their agenda all along. And guess who admitted was helping Mandani all along? The very biggest scumbag that we've had many, many times, but we're not going to dedicate too much time to her, Linda Sarsour.
And Care.
And Care.
Right now, I'm a little more quiet because I'm on the quiet side of this race, but I'm going to tell you that once November 4th comes around, I will tell the story. The story is not just, that it's random that Zahran ascended to this place. It is our Muslim American communities. And I'll also say that it's Muslim money. The PACs that have supported Zahran, or a particular PAC that has supported Zahran, is probably over 80% of Muslim American donors in this country, high net donors, grassroots donors. And I want to make the point that the Unity and Justice Fund PAC, which is the CARE Super PAC, was the largest institutional donor to the pro-Zahran PAC in New York.
So basically, Mandani, as I think Bellamy said last week, is the perfect, he's the baby of wokeism and Islamism. They would have had a baby. That's Mandani. And that's what we have. What's going on in London with you, Mayor?
It's great. We love it. Really wonderful. I recommend it. It's really funny to me. I've spent a lot of time in New York as well this year. And New York is always crazy, right? But as the election got closer, I was there just before Rosh Hashanah, and it felt crazier than it had ever been. It was like they were preparing for the next round of crazy. But I think they fancy us. They're so obsessed with us. I can't think of any other reason why. They just won't leave us alone. Like, what are they with the Jews? They don't want to be us? What is this? It's crazy.
I really
what's
don't.
crazy is it's happening on the right and the left right now. Like, everyone is obsessed with us. Either they love us or they hate us, but there's nothing else in the universe. Apparently, there are no other issues in America other than Israel.
Or Sudan or Nigeria.
It's the only thing going on, and that's really a very scary thing. You know, the other day I went to the cinema. I never go to the cinema anymore. But I went to the cinema to watch a really good film that I recommended everybody watch called Nuremberg. So it was all about how...
Sounds uplifting.
No, but it
was light film. You
very light, very light. Rom-com. But it was... it's very relevant to today because it was basically all about how they got to the idea of trying the Nazis under what jurisdiction and how this could be an international. Now, in Israel, there's a debate. How do we try the Nukhba terrorists? Right. How do we do it? What is the mechanism that we do? Do we actually put them to death? Which I think everybody around the table agrees that we should.
All about yeses today.
Is there going to be a war? Yes. Should we try the Nukhba terrorists and hang them? Yes. And should Israel be stopping Lebanon or the Hezbollah in Lebanon in its tracks? We've gone back to basically trying to bomb them, to go back to their lines. And of course, the world is accusing us of breaking the ceasefire, even though they broke the ceasefire by rearming. And so where is this all going to end?
Ceasefire, they're breaking international law. They're breaking 2 different UN resolutions.
They're breaking the one of moving?
No, one in 1559.
Oh, I'm surprised.
It was just disarmament. Yeah, shocking.
Yes. And the international troops that were placed there, I mean, they were completely useless, UNIFIL.
Yeah.
They don't have a UNIFIL now. I don't know who's monitoring whatever ceasefire it is, but it's almost like the world wills it to be a ceasefire. We also want a ceasefire, but the reality of the situation is that these jihadists have momentum. And the reason why they have momentum is because of Mandani and the fact that the world is going along with this craziness. Where will it end?
I'm going to disagree with you a little bit. I don't think we want a ceasefire. We want peace. We happen to accept a ceasefire because it gives us some quiet.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's the hard truth. They don't want either, really.
They don't want either.
They just want, like you said before, the peace, the peace between the pieces.
Yes. The peace between the wars.
Yeah.
But
It's really kind of depressing.
Lebanon's government actually, I think, for a long time did not say anything when we were taking out terrorists, because they really do want, I think, they don't want Hezbollah, they want them out, but they really just seem incapable of joining that officially because of all of the pressure around them and all of the...
Well, somebody explained it to me and they said maybe they just don't know how. They've been so many years. They've had this state within a state. They've had Hezbollah literally here, that they don't know how.
I don't know.
And remember, Hezbollah is very integrated in the government itself.
Exactly.
I mean, they've held this entire country hostage. And I want to clarify again for anyone watching that when we say Hezbollah, we mean the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Yeah.
That's who's occupying Lebanon. And that's who's behind it. That's who's funding it. Yes. And that's been their mission from day one with the establishment of Hezbollah in Lebanon. So it's a disaster for Lebanon.
It's a disaster for Lebanon. And unfortunately, they're on our border. And we have wonderful people in the north of Israel trying to rebuild these communities. Yeah. In a new light, with vision, to try and really resuscitate, but also make the North thrive. We have the same down south. I mean, this can be an opportunity for Israel, but if we still have these people and these threats, what are we going to do?
They've gone home. I've got friends that live on the border. They were away for like a year and a half.
Yes, they were not
living in these crazy conditions with parents and all sorts. All the kids
in hotels.
In hotels. All my friends were in their parents on the kibbutz. It was like 1,000 people in one tiny house.
Yes.
They want to go back, but they can't go back if someone's literally like peeping over the border at them, gonna fire at them.
Yeah,
It's
but
crazy.
this is the problem. This was my criticism of the Israeli government for many years, of both in Gaza and in Lebanon and elsewhere, that like we're mowing the grass. And it doesn't, it's just over and over and over again, 2008, 2012, 2014, 2021, and also now. Like okay, yeah, you have a few years of calm, you have a few years of peace where these societies can advance, or, you know, these communities can rebuild in some cases, and that's great. It's better than a constant state of war, but at the same time, like, if you're gonna have to fight a war, then just finish the job. Like, why does our government never finish the job? Well, and I know now there was political considerations with the relationship with the United States, but they could have done it before. Why didn't Netanyahu deal with this before any of the other times?
But isn't there a vacuum? Like, let's say, okay, so you get rid of Hamas. Who comes in next?
Don't get rid of Hamas. Get rid of the head of the snake.
Well, I'm with you on Iran, by the way. The sadness for me was that we finished the war with Iran when we did, and we didn't go all the way and kill Khamenei. And the reason we didn't was because the Americans didn't want us to go all the way. And the reason the Americans didn't want us to go all the way is because their own flank of the Republican Party, the isolationist flank, who think somehow they're there to do us a favor rather than the fact that, you know, we're doing them a favor, stopped us. And that's, to me, I was very sad for the Iranian people that we didn't help them. But again, who comes in there? Who comes in place?
Right.
Well, inside of Iran, I mean, I think that you could do a whole episode on only this. There's a lot of different opinions. In terms of a single figure, yeah, he's the most popular, but even that, I don't know that he has a majority of people, or we don't know that he has a majority of people inside of Iran. But there is an entire transition plan that he has put forward, not to rule, but to oversee an interim period in order to have a referendum. So there is a lot of planning that's going into that, and they're trying to work with the US government as well as other European governments, and they've made some progress. But the thing that's standing in the way is the West. That is they don't need them to start a war and overthrow the regime. They need them to stop propping up the Islamic Republic, which they continue to do, whether it's through non-enforcement or other deals that they're making. And we've seen it happen time and time again. And it's going to keep happening. And one more thing I want to mention that's really important to understand is that the Houthis stated yesterday that they would start bombing Israel again if they see that the Gaza ceasefire is not holding. You know, we've kind of like mocked the Houthis and made fun of their, you know, ballistic missiles that are being fired here and there. And of course, they're dancing.
We don't take them seriously.
We need more dancing. We are more dancing.
Yeah.
We really are. I haven't seen a
dancing and not the.
They haven't had a dancing video in a long time. Like, we need another dancing video for our, you know.
Yeah, sanity.
Sanity. Yeah. I love the thought of they sit around the camp. Like, which department do you want to be in? I want to fire missiles. I want to be the dancing troupe.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And they go onto the boats with the Israeli flag. Yeah.
Insane.
Looks like a party. But in any case, we know that Iran is pouring whatever resources they have, or I should say the Islamic regime is pouring whatever resources they have into the Houthis and these proxies, and they're going to build them up. Why? Because even with all of our bombing campaigns and the United States of America bombing Yemen, we didn't do anything effectively. We didn't really do anything in terms of actually knocking out the Houthis, which means that now the Islamic Republic is going to double down on the Houthis, and it's going to be worse because, again, all we did was mow the grass.
But, I mean, don't they have their own problems? I heard...
No, nothing matters but us.
That they're starving. They've got no water, and in 2 months, they're going to run out of money and have to move the capital, Tehran.
Yeah.
You're in a situation where you're moving your capital, and you think you won, and you're still exporting terrorism and $1 billion? Isn't this, like, honestly not sustainable? I don't understand how this still being...
The whole movement's suicidal. They're not looking for sustainability. They're suicidal. They're suicidal, like, on the individual level. They're suicidal on the national level. Of course it makes no sense to us. We're just like, build, you know, create, fix, and they're just like ruin, destroy, kill. But that's what they do. So yes, it's not sustainable, and they will not ever change. And so my question in the end is, like, Emily, I hear you, I agree with you. We have to finish it. We have to get the world to stop propping them up. But, like,
how?
Like, this is like a runaway train that has no brakes. There's no brakes. There's no emergency brake. They're not even on a track anymore. They're just whatever they can destroy, they're going to destroy. So what do you do?
Unlike Afghanistan, unlike Iraq, Iran has a different history, and the people want something different. And this is a huge population that has already shown that they're capable of running a country much more properly than what is happening now. So we need to have a united front against the Islamic Republic. That includes cutting off diplomatic relations. What is Europe doing? Yeah. What are they doing? Why are they still even allowing embassies?
No strategy. There's no strategy for regime change. Yeah. That's the problem. Yeah. They kind of, like you said, they just want to manage them rather than actually get rid of them, which we should be doing for their own people. Forget us, forget the world. I mean, they are the unstable force of the world, but their own people are miserable, starving and thirsty.
And their own people want a revolution, not reform. After the Green Revolution, I think pretty much everybody ruled that out. And they saw that the Islamic Republic itself, and even if you look at the structure of the regime, everything goes back to the Ayatollah. Everything goes back to the principle of Islamic jurisprudence, it's called in English. Everything is the entire structure is built like this. Yes. There is no reforming that. No. There's no reforming that. The only option is bringing down the regime.
Absolutely. There's no reform. The reformists are fake. I mean, their children are having a whale of a time in Europe and America, but everybody else is miserable in that country. And so here we are, ladies and gentlemen, in the Middle East. We believed that we destroyed the Ring of Fire, which was the architects were Iran. We have enemies of Hamas in the south that now looks like have been seriously weakened. At least we have a buffer zone, but they're not gone. 150 of them are stuck in a tunnel, which, by the way, they wanted to use to negotiate for the body of Hadal Golding until actually even Turkey had to get involved and say, no.
Yes, but now Turkey said they're civilians, that there's 150 to 200 civilians in the tunnel.
Civilians strapped in explosives in the tunnel, yes, they're civilians. At least we know that they've stored away enough food to feed themselves. And I'm very, very pleased that Israel is standing strong with either surrender or die. Yep. And really, we cannot let these people go. Agreed. And, you know, I keep hearing that the Americans want us to use this as a model for providing immunity so that Hamas can go and leave. And this is going to be like the little pilot project. No, no. Terrorists who are stuck in a tunnel, who tortured our hostages, who killed our soldiers, are not going to get a free pass to a 5-star hotel in Egypt. Because you're asking us to. And that is something that, honestly, I would go in the streets to protest against. Absolutely. And I think that there's consensus in this country. And so here it is, another week in wonderful sunny Israel that you chose to fly into. At least the flights are back. The flights are back, ladies and gentlemen. Really?
Yeah, I had 3 seats to myself.
Oh my!
I don't know what El Al are doing, but they had a new 777.
They're being forced to compete.
No, they're being forced to compete again.
Sure, because the others are back.
Well, they put a new flight in, which with the others back, I don't really understand. But had 3 seats to myself. I was in poor person business class. When you stretch out, it costs 3 seats.
Oh.
And that's the only reason really I'm here. It cost me like nothing to come.
Oh, that's good to know.
Why be sad in London when you can be in the
Well, that's exactly. Despite all of that,
that's our tagline.
You walk down the majority of the streets in Tel Aviv or the Shuk in Jerusalem, and you're still having a whale of a good time here in Israel. All right, well, now we have so many scumbags to talk about. We go on to our favorite segment, Scumbag of the Week. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Scumbag of the Week. I have to say, I get stopped down the street regularly, Scumbag of the Week. And people come up to me and volunteer scumbags all the time. I enjoy it all. And here we are back with the Scumbag of the Week, Shoshana.
My scumbags of the week, I was actually in Paris 2 weeks ago. When I wasn't here, I was in Paris and then London. And so it was really shocking a little bit, even more so, to see this video. My scumbags of the week are the people who set flares inside the performance of the Israeli Philharmonic in Paris. Watch this. It was terrifying. Like, you don't know what you're looking at, and there's like fire in a there's fire, flames shooting in Paris, and you know, obviously you can be anywhere at any time, but like it was a little bit close that I was, not that close to me, but close to the people who were there. I've loved Paris. I had a great time, even though I was doing some difficult work. And they are my scumbags for being just complete buttholes. Sorry, I can't say it. Scumbags of the week.
That's and you have scumbag.
I know, but I want to think there's so many other words.
Oh, yes.
But the Philharmonic responded by playing Hatikva. which is like so Israeli. And their audience stood up, and it was just like, oh, they did flares in the middle of the performance. Okay, now we're doing TikTok. We're going to stand up. The Israelis, the Jews were just like, this is just another Tuesday. So you're my scumbags of the week. And that's probably the biggest thing you'll ever do in your lives.
You know, it's amazing how these scumbags are basically ruining every cultural experience.
Yes.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
And I've got a feeling that people are getting a bit fed up about it. I mean, I hope.
I hope so.
I mean, I'm fed up of watching it already. People are just, regular people.
What's that chant that they do in Britain?
Oh, we're going to talk about that in a second.
How do you say it in French?
Ooh, let me think about that. Okay. Stephen, your first ever, I mean, on a show.
On the show.
Yeah.
I've had many scumbags in my life, so I mean. And I know Emily was there, so this is going to be a fun one. But I particularly want my scumbag this week to be Chief Constable Craig Guilford of the West Midlands Police. And the reason for him is I'm a football fan. People don't often think that about me, but I'm a diehard Leyton Orient supporter, which I should have got help for years ago.
Leyton
Orient. Leyton Orient. I know, Judge. No one's heard of them around here, so it's fine.
No.
But Craig Guilford, my dad, generational trauma, Jews, basically. I look after their Jewish supporters club as well, which is a new thing we started because I don't do enough Jewish groups in the day. I do them at night as well.
Enough for the Jewish people.
No, I really am. No Jews here. But Chief Constable decided on Wednesday before the match to put a statement out about how it was related to the hooliganism that was the reason that they weren't.
The hooliganism of
Maccabi Tel Aviv fans was the reason they weren't allowing them there.
Yeah.
Now, I've read the reports from Amsterdam, which is what this was based on, and it wasn't about the Jews. It was about the Jews being beaten up and being in hospital. And then I watched what happened because I was here. I would have been there with the other amazing people that went and counter protesters like Emily, but I was in the sun. It's difficult decisions. And I looked at what happened. There was 10 arrests. One was a firework thrown into the ground. 2 were racially aggravated hate towards the Jews. And one was someone not taking their mask off. Now, I've been with people like Emily protesting, we don't wear masks, so we know what was going on there. And then also outside were people saying things like, we should not have mercy on the Maccabi fans who are IDF killers. So really, Mr. Chief Inspector, who's also currently being investigated for allegations of discrimination.
Ah, there you go. For who? Discriminating on who?
Racism and homophobia.
Oh, okay.
So really, was it the Jews? I don't think so. So you, sir, are my scumbag this week.
Absolutely. The minute I saw that video, I thought, what BS? This guy's now justifying retroactively a decision about hooliganism that never happened.
It got overturned. Maccabi Tel Aviv were offered tickets and said, actually,
no, we don't want, because you can't protect us.
Right.
And they were right. Wow. Emily, that brings us to your scumbags.
Yes, so my scumbags were the protesters at the Aston Villa Maccabi Tel Aviv game. Now, just so everyone understands the context, who maybe doesn't follow all of English football.
Yeah. First of all, I'm very impressed you said football and not soccer.
Correct.
So well done, Emily.
I always say that. It's a habit, I guess, now. But yeah, so they actually banned all fans of Maccabi Tel Aviv under the false premise that, you know, there was too much hooliganism, which is highly ironic when you look at some of the racist and sexist and homophobic and pro-violence chants that we hear from pretty much every football club in the UK, and not just in the UK, in the whole world. Like, if you look at what they're actually chanting in, like, South America, as I'm sure you know, it's craziness.
The whole thing's crazy.
I mean, Israel's got nothing on some of the stuff that's going on, so it's ridiculous.
We invented it, and we invented the things that come.
You're the OGs.
Really,
Yes.
So I did end up getting tickets to this game as an Aston Villa fan, not for Maccabi Tel Aviv. That section was completely empty in the stadium.
They closed the entire section?
Yeah, it was empty.
That's ridiculous.
The pictures are crazy.
Yep.
Like half of the ground is just nothing.
Yep.
So you had to get a ticket as an Aston Villa fan?
Yeah.
And then what happened?
And I cheered for Aston Villa, and I'll tell you why. Because the club was against this ban.
Yeah.
Their fans were against this ban. And the fans who were actually in the stadium were extremely supportive. They were even supportive of Maccabi Tel Aviv. Of course, they weren't cheering for them, but they were respectful. You know, overall, it was a very good environment, which is not, you know, necessarily obvious in a football game. And so I really appreciate how the fans spoke out against it from the very beginning. And the reason that the protesters who were outside are my scumbags are because they're not even fans of Aston Villa.
No.
They held this big protest with thousands of anti-Israel protesters chanting about Palestine, waving flags of the Islamic Republic. Almost all of them at some point or another had their faces covered, which of course is against the law in the UK. Police, in the majority of cases that I saw, did absolutely nothing. When there was a counter-protest of pro-Israel voices who were marched through with police escorts on every corner to protect them from these Islamist mobs, they brought them into the basketball court, which was fully caged. Yes, caged in, which is why there were people talking about how it was a Jew cage. It was a really, really disgusting thing to see just visually outside of the stadium. However, I myself wasn't involved in that protest because I was going actually to the game. Inside the game is where I, at one point, was actually pulled out of my seat along with the other 3 people that were with me because I had the audacity to wear a shirt that said Zioness on it. And despite the fact that I was wearing a sweater the entire game because it was cold, I took a picture with that shirt during halftime, which prompted someone, I wonder what leanings ideologically they have, reported to the stadium that there was a Maccabi Tel Aviv fan. There was a Maccabi Tel Aviv fan. Accused me of wearing a football shirt of Maccabi Tel Aviv, which of course I wasn't. It wasn't even the same colors. Mentioned nothing about that. It was blue and white, not even Maccabi blue, saying Zioness. Yes. So they pulled me out in the presence of dozens, literally dozens of police and stewards from the stadium to interrogate me about what my shirt was and, if it was indeed a Israeli football club, which of course would be the end of the world. It wasn't. And once it was determined what Zioness means, they permitted me to go back to my seats. Now, to their credit, they were very polite. But the fact that you would interrogate someone this way over such a ridiculous complaint is absurd and indicates what the problem is overall in the first place. And this is the reason that Maccabi Tel Aviv said, we don't want the tickets. We don't want our fans to go there because you can't protect us. And one more thing about Birmingham, which is the crazy Islamist hellhole, is that before the game, the Islamist protesters, again, not Aston Villa fans, had put up signs all over the city saying, genocidal baby killers, Maccabi Tel Aviv players, that they've been in Gaza murdering children, which of course there's no evidence of this. And I remind you that Maccabi Tel Aviv is comprised of Israeli Arabs and Jews, both.
Absolutely.
And beyond that, they also had signs that said, if you identify as Zionist, call this hotline. So of course I took a photo with this.
They found you.
They found me. But it was just a really ugly, sad scene. I know a lot of the anti-Israel groups were also conversing during the actual game, saying that they were trying to identify which hotels the players are in, which hotels that fans are in, to try to identify them. So pretty much when the game was over, we got out of Dodge and didn't want to hang out in Birmingham too long. But I think it was important that there were some voices who were pushing back against that, both the counter-protesters and also myself and the others who came with me to attend this game. And it's also important that Aston Villa fans spoke out the way that they did. So I applaud them for that. But my scumbags are these hideous protesters. And I will double down on your scumbag with the police, because the fact that they knew this was going to happen for weeks. And they allowed that protest to take place. And you would have thought that Palestine was playing in a football match. But nope.
The schools
They're politicizing everything about sport. It's outrageous.
They shut some of the schools early.
To come out to protest.
Just because there were things going on in Birmingham.
Oh my God.
Yep.
They're so screwed. No, it's really
beautiful.
It's really bad, and really, it's an omen, or it's like a window into more things to come. I think, unless there's a drastic change. But well done to you, Emily, for going there,
my life.
for risking your life. You are a true Zioness. And, so and honestly, it's just, I mean, if you're arresting Emily and her friend for wearing a T-shirt, then where have you gotten to? It's really ridiculous.
Yes, we're violent hooligans.
Violent hooligans, yes. At least you're glamorous violent hooligans. All right, well, I'm sticking with the UK. And my scumbags this week, and we've had them on before, but this is very specific, are the BBC, but especially the 2 people who resigned yesterday. Tim Davie, who is the head of the BBC, and Deborah Turness, who is the head of news for the BBC. And I always love a scumbag with a happy ending, but let's just go. Let's just go. Let's just go through why the BBCs are such scumbags and why this guy and this woman, the buck stops with them for having 5 years of terribly biased news coverage, especially, of course, the last 2 years during the Gaza war. They essentially became the spokespeople for Hamas, yes, a terrorist organization. First of all, they refused to call them terrorists. They were calling them armed whatever. Let's just go through some of the examples. They got the whole Al-Ai hospital wrong. They claimed that we had bombed and killed hundreds of people. It turned out to be a rocket from Hamas or Islamic Jihad, and only a few people were dead when it was their rocket, of course. Then they told, a BBC presenter said, that Israeli forces were targeting people and medical teams when in fact the quote was translated wrong. Surprise, surprise. And they said, yes, sorry, we had to retract. There were some medical teams amongst the people, but it wasn't a target. Then they went on to say that we committed, we were doing a forced starvation, famine. They took pictures of kids that was staged and said this is famine. They took pictures of, like the New York Times, of course, of kids who had congenital illnesses and said we were starving them. And of course, they did that very famous BBC documentary where they took a little boy and his terrible life in Gaza, except that he was a son of a Hamas minister. And they didn't bother to check. And even when they found out, they didn't care much. But none of this would have moved this Tim Davie and Deborah Turness to leave. But what had to happen for them to actually admit that they are the heads of a rotten Islamist news outlet when they took a tape of Donald Trump and they sliced and diced it to make it sound like he was calling on people to storm the Capitol. Look at this.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you, and we fight. We fight like hell.
Then it turned out that they took a sentence from here and a sentence from there and a sentence from there, and they very dishonestly put it all together.
We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here we're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women. One of our great achievements will be election security, because nobody until I came along had any idea how corrupt our elections were. I said, something's wrong here, something's really wrong, can't have happened, and we fight. We fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
And so none of the anti-Jewish hatred or anti-Israel bias, that couldn't move them, because that was really their raison d'etre. What did move them was when the White House said, what is this? And that was real manipulation. But we know that that manipulation that they did with Trump was only the cherry on the cake of the manipulation that they've been doing against Israel and against Jews for the last few years, especially during the war. So like I said at the beginning, I love a scumbag with a happy ending. And the happy ending here is that Tim Davie and Deborah Turness, you're out. And let's hope that the BBC can be redeemed by bringing some serious, unbiased journalists to essentially what is the government's broadcast service, which is paid for by the British taxpayer. And if they don't, I would suggest that the British taxpayer stop paying their license fees, because this is a joke. You're being paid to be indoctrinated by a bunch of haters. So that's my scumbags of the week.
You know, it really just shows you that when they get away with doing this to Jews,
eventually,
when they get away with it, and nobody catches them out, and nobody protests it, and they don't get in trouble with their jobs for faulty misinformation journalism, it's like, oh, well, maybe we can keep going. Maybe we can keep. No, you're a liar from the beginning to the end, but you were only caught when you did it with Trump. And I say to everyone at home, like, if you see someone who's being dishonest and manipulative when it comes to Jews, just be aware, pull your lens back a second, because there's a reason they're doing that, and it's not for your benefit.
Well, I think the part that's even more shocking about it is that the part of the reason this all came out now is because there's evidence, so there are internal memos about them knowing that stories they were reporting are false. And they still ran the story.
It fits their narrative. So it wasn't about you telling the news, it was about you fitting the story that you concocted.
I haven't watched the news at home since I got back from Israel after October 7th.
Wow.
Because I turned it on.
GB News are okay.
GB News is about the only one.
Yeah.
It kills me because it looks like it's filmed on a potato and it needs to deal with that. But I came home from Israel where I was watching the news, which was, I could barely understand. It's not good quality.
No,
I could barely understand it, but I could see visually what was going on.
Yeah.
And I came back from man on a kibbutz with a camera, bad things, list of names, and I got back home to 4 people in the studio like this saying, well, you know, what we think they're saying may have happened, possibly is, and going on down this rabbit hole of like, sorry, I'm in the mamad dealing with the rockets coming, and we're not talking about that. So I decided, like, no news for me. Like, GB News or I-24 is all I happen to occasionally watch, because it's not worth it. And Janice, obviously.
Of course. No, but really, it's what we've been saying for a long time, that they're not telling the news. They're just not telling the news. They've got a story, they've got an agenda, and everything is just, it's like Al Jazeera. And let's not even talk about BBC Arabia. I mean, they basically take their commentators are Hamas members. Their journalists are card-carrying Hamas members, and they never disclose the affiliation of their so-called journalists when they're interviewing them. And so this comes out as supposedly decent reporting. It's really... It's just like you say, Jews are always a canary in the mine. When you turn against the Jews, eventually it's coming for you, like that famous poem that we won't go back to. But we need our sanity, and that's why we always find heroes of the week. So, Shoshana, who's your hero this week?
Oh my gosh, I have watched this video so many times.
Yes.
Like, just take it out the trash. Yes. Jonathan Carton, you are my hero. Thank you for that visual. And I'm sorry that you had to go through what you went through. He was an IDF reservist who was speaking in Toronto. I believe his uncle was unfortunately murdered by a terrorist, and the terrorist was let out in this most recent deal to free the hostages. So he's speaking in Toronto, and what did you call them? Run-of-the-mill pro-Palestinian scumbags came to protest him and were actually increasingly violent, broke through a glass door into, like, really breaking through to the people who were, the Jews who were behind the door. And he's just like, forget this, takes himself out, and one by one takes him out. You have got to watch this video.
Touch them! You're not allowed to touch them! Assault!
You're moving.
You're not allowed!
Everyone's
Don't touch me! This is assault! Don't push it! No!
And I just feel like every time that happens, like, I know I'm like, I'm not into football / soccer, I'm American, like whatever. Football. But this is the kind of thing I get behind. I will watch this over and over again and cheer for my team, because this is the kind of stuff that makes me so happy to see, like, good people, or at least people who stand for their convictions. And they're just standing there like, don't stop, oh no. Like, what? Who are you? You've no backbone. You have no nothing. You just stand there with your mask and you come and you scream, and then someone actually takes himself seriously and says, I'm not going to stand up for, like, I'm not going to stand for this. I'm going to take you out. And you just get trashed out there, my friends, trashed out. And if you guys at home are like cheering for that guy, for those guys who like just stand there with their phones and their keffiyehs wrapped around them, you're on the wrong team.
Absolutely. But also, don't they sound like screaming zombies?
Oh, they're not.
That single protest I see, it's like they're like hysterical. Zombies. That's what it seems to me.
Can't talk to them. Even if you wanted to talk.
They're no brains. They're vapid.
They don't.
It's crazy.
I mean, Jonathan is a friend of mine, and I loved the way he just like,
love that video. You know, it's like bookmarked.
I texted him, and he's like, they just didn't know.
But he was hurt. Like, you know, we're laughing, but he has lacerations.
Of course, we had lacerations.
It needs to be in a GIF so we can just send it around.
Please don't be that.
Kol hakavod, Jonathan. That's a great hero. Emily, who's your hero?
So my hero this week is Noga Erez, the Israeli artist, who has been targeted a lot over the past 2 years. She's spoken about how a lot of her gigs were canceled. We have a clip of her speaking.
Today, I got a call from my management saying that many of the festivals and media appearances that booked me have canceled my participation. Because I'm an Israeli. I really wish it was just one case, but the list kind of keeps growing. It's not for anything that I said. It's simply because I was born where I was born. I believe that boycotting artists will not bring any solution. I believe that banning songs and movies and plays and books, etc., is not gonna fix the world's problems. The world is full of so much suffering. The amount of pain happening right now is devastating. I've seen some of it with my own eyes. Maybe right now would be the best time for us to try and find common ground and not add to how shitty it already is.
So as you can see, unfortunately, one of the byproducts of this conflict and the politicization of everything arts and culture is that a lot of Israeli artists and athletes have been targeted in different circumstances. And despite the fact that they have nothing to do with the politics and in fact often are very critical of the Israeli government, it's never enough for the Jew haters. Now, Noga is very successful internationally. She has had a sold-out tour all over the world despite the war situation. But her closing show in Mexico City, she received dozens of death threats, of violence. They tried to get her to cancel the show. They warned her that she would be assaulted along with her team and the fans if she went forward with the show. She went forward with the show anyway, as she should, so kol hakavod to her for that. And they did try to, there was a lot of security, they did try to attack some of the fans and the team, and I think this is disgusting. But I have to say to her, in response to all of this hatred, I'm just, kol hakavod. I mean, standing up to that is not, it's not obvious, it's not an easy thing, and you shouldn't have to do it. You shouldn't have to do it, and the fact that you are just because of where you were born and your nationality is ridiculous, and I just want to play one more clip of Noga responding to the BDS haters and some of the comments. Take a look.
You won't do what you tell me. You very, very much. Trying to boss me around, but you're cozy and sun. Boy, you left me to drown, to swim with all of the sharks. 'Cause it's a top world, no one to trust, no peace, no passion, no fun. And I refuse all joy and
So Noga Erez, you're my hero of the week.
Nice. Exactly. These artists don't want to be dealing with this. They just want to sing.
Yeah.
They just want to be who they are. Absolutely. All these artists who've shown such mettle in the last few years. Good for them. Stephen.
Wow, so many options for heroes as much as there are options for scumbags,
Yes.
which is really, really cool. Yes. So I'm going a very different direction, but the work that I've been doing recently is supporting Jews in their workplace Jewish groups. So a lot of the big companies have started, I started the one at Amazon. It was a nightmare.
Explain to us what this is.
So it's kind of like a JSOC or a Hillel, but at work.
At work.
So there's a lot of like these diversity, equity, inclusion groups where we have the Black Employee Network, the Asian Employee Network, whoever. And my thing at Amazon was, I did a long training, didn't see any mention of Jews. I said, where are the Jews? And someone said to me, start a group.
Right.
It was a endless paperwork and nightmares, and you're just a religion. We don't do religions. And we could do a whole 3-hour episode on the things that I see. But as much as it's tough work, it's really important work, and it's really kind of changing the space a little bit for Jews in the workplace, especially since the war, who came back to work on October the 9th, the people writing Free Palestine on their workplace Slack channel. Like many companies saw that sort of thing, and Al Jazeera being shared on the company resources. And then you see Microsoft a few weeks ago, who had encampments on their actual campus. They broke into the president's office and they're demanding all these things. So it's a little bit crazy, but also people just want to be in their little Jewish community at work because they don't know how to talk about what's going on. It doesn't have to be physical. They just want a little channel. So my heroes are all of these people that are doing their full-time job and then deciding to, on the side, be the Jewish leader in that space. It's really tough. They're countering anti-Semitism, hate, and doing positive things. There's like 100 Hanukkah parties about to go on in big companies that you'd never think would do a Hanukkah party or do a Purim party or throw out apple and honey at Rosh Hashanah and honey cake. It was a honey cake tasting competition where people, so amazing things. So my heroes are all of those people that decided to stand up and lead. They've had their Hineni moment. They've said, here I am, I'm going to lead. Hearts
Very
to you.
nice. Very
Oh, well done. And well done to you for leading the charge and starting the whole thing.
It's that I have to do it. I feel like there's no organization doing it. So my thing is I quit my job in tech. I had an amazing job in tech and I turned my back on it because it's really important that we support each other as Jews. So hopefully we're going to start moving. We're a non-profit now. We're doing all the fun things. The fundraising begins, which is just the best.
Oh, yes,
So much
best
fun.
part of it. Well done. It's really important work. I know what you've done. And it's taking off. And I think that's what people don't realize about anti-Semitism. The more you hate us, the more we're like, okay, we're going to be a little bit more Jewish now. The Jewier we get. Okay, my hero this week is Ben Shapiro, because in a viper's den that has become the woke right in the Republican Party, in the MAGA movement, whatever you want to see it, with scumbags that we've had in before, like Tucker Carlson, who is really determined to bring back old school medieval Christian anti-Semitism, and platforms, famous haters like Nick Fuentes, who is a racist, a homophobe, a misogynist, says women want to get raped. This is the guy saying black people should have, basically chanting for apartheid, the real one, not the one they invent, that doesn't exist over here. The scum of the earth, and the Tucker Carlson platforms this guy. People are beginning to normalize this guy and his terrible, terrible bigoted beliefs. And nobody's saying anything. And the head of the Heritage Foundation, which is one of the most important, if not the most important, right-wing conservative think tank in America, is saying, oh, why are you picking on Tucker? We don't believe in cancel culture. No, you had a responsibility. Your own people are doing a mutiny against you. But I'm not here to talk about scumbags. I'm here to talk about the one hero that has actually come out in the only, what's that expression in Hebrew that ends Dom, where is the, where is the tzaddik? Exactly. Yeah. So that's Ben Shapiro, who is unapologetically, even if he's lost followers, he doesn't care and he's not losing any sleep. But he went on the Megyn Kelly live shows that she did. He went on his own channel and basically took all of the most hideous opinions of Nick Fuentes and put them out on display for people to see who this little worm is and how the platforming is basically normalizing not just hatred towards the Jews, hatred towards everyone, and how everybody seems to be going along. Even the New York Times did an almost flattering piece on Nick Fuentes where they actually put, look at this, a picture where the little worm looks semi-attractive, which he isn't. That's the New York Times platforming racist. As long as they hate Jews, that's okay by them.
Not deserved.
Nazi, a Hitler fan, a Stalin fan. And Ben Shapiro did this extremely viral clip. I think it's gone more viral than the Nick Fuentes interview with Tucker Carlson, saying this is who this is. And anybody who's normalizing him or whitewashing him or softballing questions to him is complicit to this hatred. And it's, again, like you said, Shoshana, it's not just about the Jews. It only starts with the Jews. These people are bad news. And the fact that Ben Shapiro has to be the only guy who calls it out, I think is shameful that he's the only guy, but I want to give him the zchut and the credit for being the hero who's calling it out, because every generation needs one. And Ben Shapiro, that's you right now. So Ben Shapiro is my hero of the week.
So I actually have taken issue with Ben on various things, whether it's abortion, whether it's whatever.
On everything.
So, but what I want to say is this: as you're speaking, I'm thinking like, what if Ben wasn't in that position? Like, what if Ben had not been who he is with the positions and opinions that he has, and what if he had not gotten himself that type of platform and he wasn't there to do that work of saying, you're cheering a Nazi?
Yeah.
Because if someone from the Democratic Party or someone who is left-leaning or whatever, even centrist, who were to do that, they wouldn't go viral like that. And so I feel like, they talk about Queen Esther, like who knows if this is the reason you got to the throne, you became the queen. And I do wonder if this is maybe Ben Shapiro's Queen Esther moment. Like maybe this, to fight this insanity in his own party, is why he built the platform that he has built over the years and gotten the respect that he's gotten and built up the following that he has. And I do wonder, this is what Jews believe in, right? Like, this is my job. Like you said, I had a great job in tech, but my people need me. And so.
But Ben Shapiro, it's not just that he's an Orthodox Jew, he's a big American patriot.
Absolutely.
So when he does this because he knows this is bad for America.
For sure.
And I really admire him. Again, like you, I don't agree with everything he says.
Yeah.
But he's the only guy coming out and talking about this.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few others. I know Dinesh D'Souza.
Yeah, Dinesh, and also the Officer Tatum has come out.
Yeah.
There are the conservative, but in terms of like going all out there to dissect who this worm is, Nick Fuentes?
Because Ben he's intellectually, he has intellectual integrity, which is something that we're seeing be compromised, of course, on the left in the past few years.
Oh,
with
they're gone.
Democratic Socialists of America and how they've sort of subverted that movement, and now they're doing it on the right, and a lot of it is Qatar. And other nefarious actors within the right. But instead of actually sticking to their own conservative principles, they are excusing people because they're friends with them. And by the way, also Megyn Kelly, wow, the way that Ben destroyed her in that interview, unbelievable. And he's ripping her arguments apart, and she's saying, "Oh, well, I didn't watch." Really? But your job is literally to have an opinion. You're a pundit. You should have an opinion. What is this? Oh, well, I'm not going to have opinions about people who say things on the right.
I know, and she's not my friend. But when he talks about Candace Owens, but when she interviewed Tucker Carlson, and she was asking him only a few difficult questions, he was so rude to her.
Yeah, he was.
He was so rude. He's actually, as we say in Spanish, an antipati. You know what I mean? It's like he's just not nice.
Yeah.
The turning point had him to doing one of these events, and somebody asked him a question, and he was still not nice to them. He doesn't have the charm and the kindness of Charlie Kirk. Like, why? I hope that his star is going to start to fall, because it has to.
Yeah.
I mean, and however much Qatar
props him up, propped up. Yeah.
For sure, he's been propped up by Qatar. And really, that's another. We talked about Iran a lot, but Qatar is also the one to 100% try and bring down.
Yep.
So with that happy note, and with our heroes, we brace ourselves for what the next week will bring. Hopefully good news, and hopefully the rest of our fallen heroes coming home for a dignified burial. And with that, we also pray for peace and quiet. Thank you for watching.
Back to ILTV on the hour. We are live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the region. I'm Devo Klein, and here is your roundup of the latest developments that are coming out of Israel. We begin this update with the news of a terror ramming attack at the Gush Etzion junction in Judea, just south of Jerusalem. One man in his 30s was declared dead after sustaining severe wounds in the attack. 3 others were injured, including a woman in her 40s and a young boy aged just 15 who were lightly injured and transferred to a hospital in Jerusalem for further care. This according to MADA, Israel's medical emergency services. Now, according to the initial IDF probe, 2 Palestinian terrorists rammed their vehicle into a crowd at the junction before exiting the car armed with pocket knives and running towards civilians to continue causing harm. The 2 terrorists were neutralized at the scene. The IDF is now confirming that upon inspection of the vehicle, Israeli security forces and the IDF located multiple explosive devices in the trunk of the car. Specialists are now working to neutralize these threats. And as Israeli civilians are murdered by Palestinian terrorists, the UN Security Council has voted on the U.S.-backed draft resolution that pushes forward Trump's 20-point plan for the Gaza Strip ceasefire, but crucially, also includes a credible pathway to Palestinian statehood. The bill passed in a 13-0 vote with Russia and China abstaining and no vetoes used. Washington is hailing this vote as historic and constructive. Let's take a listen to Mike Waltz, the U.S. representative at the UN.
This resolution, colleagues, is no mere paper promise. It's a lifeline. The resolution endorses a hard-won ceasefire. Per the carefully negotiated language in the 20-point plan, this resolution charts a possible pathway for Palestinian self-determination after the Palestinian Authority has completed the necessary reforms, where rockets will give way to olive branches and there is a chance to agree on a political horizon. It dismantles Hamas's grip. It ensures Gaza rises free from terror's shadow, prosperous and secure.
The resolution details the deployment of an international stabilization force and outlines a pathway toward Palestinian self-determination and statehood, contingent, of course, on major PA reforms and progress in Gaza's reconstruction. But Hamas have quickly rejected the resolution, claiming it doesn't meet, quote, Palestinian rights. Hamas insists it will not disarm, saying, quote, resisting occupation by all means is a legitimate right. And while Hamas continues labeling terrorism as resistance, Israel is finally responding to the claims that the charter flight carrying 300 Palestinians who were refused entry to South Africa and left on the tarmac for 12 hours was because Israel didn't provide sufficient documentation. Take a listen to Prime Minister Netanyahu's spokesperson and a good friend, Josh Bedrosian.
South Africa's government has raised concerns about the arrival of a plane load of Palestinians from Gaza, with officials there saying the matter was under investigation. Steve, I'm reading the remaining response and question that you have here, specifically talking about Palestinians ending up in South Africa. I don't have much I can share with you on that, but the Prime Minister has made it clear that if Palestinians want to leave, they should be allowed to leave the Gaza Strip. And if they want to come back to the Gaza Strip, they should also be allowed to come back.
And on top of that, Kogat says the Palestinians had valid South African visas and that Israel simply facilitated the exit for those who arranged third country resettlement. And are you experiencing difficulties online? This is probably why. A widespread outage at Cloudflare has caused major network disruptions across multiple platforms, including X, Canva, video game League of Legends, ChatGPT, Facebook, and others. Users reportedly experienced 500 errors. Cloudflare said the issue has been identified and is being reviewed to locate a solution. The cause of the collapse is still unknown. And that is a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Don't forget to scan the QR code on your screen to download our ILTV app. I'm Devo Klein, and thanks so much for watching.
What if I told you that everything you think you know about the U.S. military aid to Israel is actually wrong? That the billions that we get every year isn't gifts, and that the country actually benefiting most from this deal isn't Israel. It's America. And now this week, a leaked report is claiming that Israel wants a 20-year aid deal, and it's sent Washington and Jerusalem and all of Israel into chaos. Obviously, Netanyahu suddenly jumps in and tells us that it's all completely not true, and this whole story is way, way deeper than just a leaked headline. You see, all of the aid is about power, dependency, leverage, and Israel might finally be preparing to walk away from this agreement that has defined our military reality for decades. It's not as it seems. This is the Meira K Show on JNS TV. Let's break it down. So first off, what's actually going on? We all know that Israel receives military aid from the US, but there are many, many, many significant things about this that most people are unaware of. And why are we talking about it now? Well, this week, Axios, which is a news site, reported that Israel is looking to extend our military aid deal with the US to a 20-year agreement. We will get into the details of what exactly this deal involves, but before that, we need to talk about what this current agreement is. It was signed in 2016 by our favorite president, I'm British, I'm allowed to be sarcastic, Obama, for $38 billion over 10 years, meaning about $3.8 billion a year and an additional $500 million a year for our missile defense systems. You know, the Iron Dome, the thing that keeps us from being killed all the time. For the war, there was an emergency supplementary aid package of about $20 billion, but that was not part of the long-term deal that we have. Obviously, it was all approved by the Congress and the US, but it's separate. Now, there's a big misconception that this means Israel is just given gifts of billions of dollars of taxpayer money from America. And this is very, 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 very far from reality. The funds that we receive are actually what they call FMF, and that is for the Foreign Military Financing Program, which is administered by the Pentagon and allocates funds to foreign governments. However, wait for it, these funds need to be used to purchase American-made arms, meaning the money must be poured back into the American economy. Think of it more as a voucher to be spent in America. This benefits the United States in many ways, but mainly, only friendly countries receive this from America, making it very worthwhile for countries to stay on good terms with them. Sound familiar, like Israel? Yes, i.e., it's political leverage. It also protects American jobs and strengthens the economy, and, of course, it lowers competition because people are more likely to spend free money in the country than to build up their own resources, which will cost them a lot more. But even more interestingly and significantly than those reasons, this is the one that I find the most intriguing, and it's the one least thought about. This allows the US to maintain a massive defense production base. Okay, they can produce so many arms because they're exporting them, which means that in a time of crisis, America has all of the resources in place to manufacture the arms they would need on a very large scale, something that has hindered many, many countries. If Israel now suddenly needed to produce everything out of thin air, it wouldn't be able to. America understands this, and simply put, this strategy funds the upkeep of huge arms manufacturing. To add to this, they would also be able to pull away from who they give to, giving them an upper hand in a time of war. America's military strategy is sophisticated and highly intelligent. It is thought out and maximized for the US's benefit, something that most naive Americans just don't understand. The US specializes in aid and operation and giving, however, only when it benefits them directly. Right now, we are seeing this phenomena in the US of America only, a belief system that thinks that any act of America supporting its allies is directly taking from the Americans. And this couldn't be further from the truth. The US positions itself in a way that it gives so that it can demand and receive tenfold back. They create dependency and leverage that they can use when they need to move things in a certain direction. And there is no stronger example of this than Israel. If you look around, the sentiment is that Israel controls America and that the taxpayer money of hardworking Americans goes to funding Israel, that basically we steal from them and give nothing back. Obviously, this is not the true story. The reality is that this agreement is actually much more advantageous to America than it is to Israel. But we will get to that. I want to be very clear. I actually don't think that this is negative on America's behalf. I think this is the correct strategy for them to use, but it's a strategy. It's not stupidity. And that's the big mistake that people make. So why do they believe we just take and take and take? Well, that's the media's doing. How many times have you seen military aid reported? Israel receives billions in funding. And how many times have you seen that it's actually FMF, that it needs to be spent in the US? Well, I've read hundreds of articles on the topic, and I can say that it's only in the last few days that I've started to see it mentioned, especially on more pro-Israel accounts, as maybe they're all suddenly realizing their responsibility to the country and are trying to tell the truth and the full story of what's going on to kind of back out of these lies that we just take from America. I also want to add something. Eagle-eyed people who really understand this topic may have noticed something different and interesting about our FMF deal with America. That Israel's deal with them has one exception that's unique amongst other countries. Not all of the FMF needs to be spent in the US. Why? Well, because of Israel's complicated military situation, it was understood that we couldn't be 1,000% dependent on them. What if our relations deteriorate, or the US doesn't produce enough of what we need at the time of war? We needed a clause to ensure Israel's safety, and that's what we demanded when we negotiated this deal. And so, if that's the case, it's just good for Israel. Why would America agree to it? Well, because it's a clause that America benefits from too. America needs a strong Israel. It's crucial for America's safety and for the entire Middle East that their best friend and their only democratic country in the area that they are allied with in a proper way stays strong and protected. And as we said above, they want us to sign this deal. They need it from us. And so they agreed to this clause. That's how beneficial this deal is to them. By the way, just FYI, this FMF part, the part where we don't have to spend all of the money in America, it's set to phase out with this deal. And just FYI, according to Bibi Netanyahu, at least 80% of it is spent in the US. The other 20 goes to Israeli arm manufacturers and Germany, who now have said they won't send arms that would go to the war in Gaza, so we might phase that out as well. By the way, the investment in Israel that we make with this money helps America as well. We have niche intelligence and aid abilities that the US uses. FYI, we also spend our own money inside of the US with private military companies outside of the FMF deal. We spend a lot and boost America's economy, specifically the military economy, tremendously. This system is a way of ensuring that the military economy is not just boosted, but that Israel also doesn't go elsewhere, or, even worse, become a proper competitor. This is intentional. They don't want us competing, and they don't want us self-sufficient. Right now, Israel exports 2.1 of the world's military equipment, and think about how insane that number is in comparison to how small we are. We also have 3 companies that are on the top 100 world arms producing list: Rafael, Elbit, and IAI. Our exports bring us revenue of billions a year, and interestingly enough, India is actually our #1 buyer. The US and Europe are in a close second. That's what we've been able to do with basically most of our funding going to spending money in America. Imagine if we put our minds to really growing it from our economic perspective. Our knowledge, the fact that our tech and everybody here, almost everyone, has graduated from the IDF, makes us a basically potentially superpower in military equipment development. That's something that the US understands and actually isn't particularly interested in. And that's why the money that we receive, my friends, is money that comes very much with golden handcuffs. Something, thankfully, that more and more Israelis are starting to understand. Because in 2028, our existing MOU expires. And yes, we're going hard today on the shortcuts. What's an MOU? A Memorandum of Understanding, and it's used instead of a contract. This is because in the US, Congress needs to vote on the amount of aid sent every year because of the budget, etc. So whilst an MOU is not legally binding, it's politically binding, which works for both parties. It guarantees the political commitment, but without the rigidity of a legal contract. It allows for amounts to be changed in times of emergency, let's say during a war, but it is seen as a political contract and it is non-negotiable, basically 100%. This, FYI, is the 3rd agreement we have signed. The first one being in 1998, which was worth $21.3 billion, and then in 2008, worth $32 billion. Of course, our financial aid relationship with them started way before that, already in the 1970s, due to the Yom Kippur War. What many people don't realize is that actually for years, a huge amount of this financial aid that we received was not military, it was economic, just to keep the country afloat. In 2009, we drastically cut our economic dependencies on the US. Yes, that coincides directly with Netanyahu becoming prime minister and working on making our country a little less socialist. And the majority of the aid was then funneled into our military. We cut out the economic aid, and the same way, potentially, we could cut out the military aid. On the back of this deal soon expiring, conversations about the aid grow here from day to day, not just because Americans are becoming so against it and using it as a reason to hate us, but because Israelis over the war started to realize that maybe there's a price we pay for this aid, and maybe it's actually not that worthwhile. And so back to the story that Axios broke, claiming that this new MOU being discussed would have 2 significant changes. The first, it would be a 20-year agreement. That's terrible. The second, some of the money would be designated for joint US-Israeli research and development, rather than direct military aid. That could be in the fields of defense tech, defense-related AI, and the Golden Dome missile defense project. Why are these two things significant? Well, it seems that Israel is suddenly paying very close attention to the changes in the wind of the MAGA movement. Let's do the math. A 10-year agreement would mean potentially 2 terms of J.D. Vance and then some unknown. It would be during that time that a new president is being elected that a new agreement would need to be signed, which would make it a political campaign hot topic. If, and I say if carefully, the direction that we are seeing now, this massively anti-foreign aid sentiment continues, Israel would in theory want a deal locked in that can survive those winds of changes. And 20 years is a pretty long time. And as for the research, again, they're looking at what the US people are saying and they want to make it sound more appealing to them. That no, they're not funding bombs to be dropped on Gaza, but Israel would actually be helping their intelligence and defense. Once again, showing a lacking and embarrassing misunderstanding of the anti-Israel sentiments that are growing. But that's for another episode. So back to this agreement. Why am I even talking about it? Seeing as within a few minutes of it being publicized, Netanyahu immediately claimed that it's fake and that Israel is actually looking to remove its dependency on the US militarily, which is wonderful news, telling Erin Morlan on her rather peculiarly perfectly timed interview, I have a meeting about this in just a few hours. I'm not going to lie. I don't think that interview and the leak were a complete coincidence. If I had to bet, this response was very much intentional by Bibi for a few reasons. First, he wants to show Israelis that he's taking the Israel first sentiment very seriously. The left is an entirely different story, but here, the right, Bibi's voter base, has been calling for lessening our dependency on the US throughout the war. The elections are coming up here in Israel. He knows that a lot of people might be feeling very grateful and appreciative for his wins, but also that maybe it's time for a change. This is the kind of change most of us know that very few politicians can do. Bibi is by far the most qualified of our current options to lead such a delicate matter with the US, and so in many ways this is the beginning of his campaign promises. I know the dependency is wrong, so I will change it in the next few years, because I'm the only one who really can do that without burning the bridges with the US. But to do that, I need to be in power. Also, secondly, it sets the tone. A fake report is something that Bibi has every right to denounce, but he has now set the stage for America to prepare for Israel to back out of our agreement. Remember, every public statement is significantly thought through before. It also proves once again how the media is always lying, a sentiment that Bibi pushes tremendously because it works to his advantage. And number 4, if he's actually behind this 20-year deal, he needs leverage to pull it off. Because, again, he's noticing what's going on in America. To do that, he needs to show that Israel isn't desperate for this, but actually the opposite. If the US wants us dependent on them, they're going to need to fight a little harder and come towards us in this agreement. Now, I appreciate that that may have sounded like I was speaking negatively about Bibi, and I don't mean that at all. I think this is a genius strategic move. It sets the ground in many ways for us to be able to start pulling away. And the reason he's talking to his voter base? Well, because I hope he knows that we are actually correct. This dependency has caused us a lot of issues, but we'll get to that in a second. You see, Trump is under a lot of pressure from his MAGA base to move away from funding foreign governments. I personally think the hate of Israel is less than the media thinks. I think the right, even the really anti-Semitic part, has a stronger hatred of Islam and actually, in some ways, appreciates Israel's strength in fighting them. But they do not like foreign intervention. They do not like feeling like they are being controlled or that their money is not being invested back in them. The funny thing is that this may be the first time that me and the Nazi MAGA base of America only agree. Well, that might be a bit of a stretch, but like in theory, they think America shouldn't be giving any aid. And that is actually wrong. I think Israel shouldn't be dependent on aid. And that is entirely right. And what do I mean by that? Well, we've discussed the amounts and the technicalities of the deal, but we haven't spoken about the significance of this. Why does America want us so dependent on them? You see, no money or voucher comes without a price, and the price we pay is their control over us. Remember how just a few months ago, even though it feels like an eternity, the Biden administration, despite having this agreement, dragged their feet and put us in seriously threatened position by not providing us the arms we needed, postponing shipments, which in turn hindered our wartime efforts, and the things that they demanded of us, the crazy aid to Gaza, amongst others, during the war. We spend so much time trying to smooth things over diplomatically with them, time that should have been spent with us focusing on the fight. This was the first alarm bell that people in Israel started to notice. 1 second, why do we have to listen to Biden on what's right for us as a country? And why are we so unbelievably dependent on them to be able to fight? Up until this point, most Israelis had felt gratitude that America was willing to come in and save us. But suddenly they realized that these gifts came with strings attached. And now, with Trump, at his behest, we stopped the fighting with Iran before the taking out of Khamenei, of the Republic truly being destroyed, leading us now to an inevitable Iran 2.0. Not to create fear, but that definitely has to come sometime soon. And now with the ceasefire and the potential peace deals. Israel cannot do what Israel wants alone. We must do what the US wants from us. Sovereignty over Judea and Samaria, not on their watch. The irony of Americans thinking we control them when the reality on the ground is actually the complete opposite. We are stuck at their beck and call. Right now, even with the most supportive administration of all time, it's proving that sometimes it has bad side effects for Israel. And what would happen with an anti-Israel administration? I don't actually blame Trump. I think he is right. He does what is right for America because he is their president. But that is not the same as what is right for us. And that's not to say that we lack gratitude for what we have done together. Our gratitude is immense, but it's also short-sighted. This relationship is one of the most amazing relationships of all time between two countries. Israel and America are allies like almost no other. And the things that we can do together are wonderful. But sometimes the cost of that is just a little bit too much. And the relationship is very uneven. Keep in mind, we're a tiny country, and we very much need the support and the relationship with America. That's something that nobody should negate under any circumstances. But do we need this continued dependency? Do we need to be that little kid begging for help from its master? Or rather, should this relationship equal itself out a little bit? Let's take the 200 terrorists hiding in the tunnel that Israel wants to eliminate, because they're Hamas terrorists. The reason we haven't, in part, is due to American pressure to keep the ceasefire going. They can only make that demand of us because they know we can't afford to piss them off. If October 7th taught us something, is that we have to be at least a lot more self-sufficient than we are now. The countries of the world hate us and will happily condemn our every move. God is on our side and Trump came into power, but what if Kamala had come in place? The hostages coming home would have been a dream long forgotten, not to mention the Iran nuclear threat, the Houthis, and everything else we've had to deal with. Our friendship with them is so important, but our dependency on them is nothing short of very, very, very dangerous and wrong. And it must stop, not just because of the dangers, but because there's also potential benefits to this relationship shifting. Israel is fully capable of becoming a military production superpower, a serious competitor in the world, and yes, also to the US. Our economy would thrive. Think of the economic growth, the upper hand we would have on countries that need us for their military. In the same way that the US has managed to apply pressure to Israel, do you not think we could do the same to people who have become a threat to us? No more licking our wounds when they recognize Palestine. Countries that work with us just wouldn't dare. We would become a mini US in our own right, financially strong, with leverage, but most importantly, able to protect ourselves completely without international diplomatic considerations. Now, I just want to say, whilst this sounds utopian and amazing, navigating this is going to be incredibly complex. The time it would take us to build what we need is years away, and there is no commitment that the US will then help us defend ourselves in the meantime. If there is someone who can do it, it's Netanyahu. But there's a reason it wasn't done before. It's risky, really risky. I mean, here's an example of a risk that most people probably haven't even thought of. Have you heard of QME? I told you we're going hard on the abbreviations. Qualitative Military Edge. Well, in 2008, a law was passed that requires the US government to maintain Israel's ability to defeat any credible conventional military threat from any individual state or possible coalition of states or from non-state actors. In easier, simpler words, basically, the US must ensure that any weapons it provides to other countries in the Middle East do not compromise Israel's QME. We, Israel, must be able to have the upper hand militarily. We, therefore, are the first to receive their most sophisticated equipment. And in some cases, if they sell countries near us equipment, they will supplement us so that we have the military edge, the ability to defend ourselves against whatever was given to them. Would that change? Would countries that don't like us suddenly gain an upper hand on us? We know the US has military deals with many, many Arab countries in the Middle East. I mean, Saudi Arabia exceeds Israel by miles. That's potentially a massive threat and very scary. Egypt gets a lot of aid, etc., etc., etc. And additionally, I mean, how would it look to the world if we backed away from our allies? What message would this send? Would it make us seem weak or easily attackable? This is just a small bit of the potential fallout. But also, we need to be able to stand on our own 2 feet. The price of not being independent means that we will not always be able to defend ourselves if it's not aligned with what the United States want. To be subject to countries deciding they don't like our reasons and pulling back their support is something that we can't afford anymore. And by the way, countries are watching, some actually positively. Greece is looking to buy billions of defense weapons from us as things with Turkey heat up, and as the US plans to build their Golden Dome, future of collaboration and not dependency might really be on the cards. Because I want to be very clear. That's what I'm advocating for. Not a cut from America in any sort of way, but rather a shift from this very unhealthy dynamic of dependency in which they just supplement things to us and into an even relationship. Yes, I know it's never going to be completely even because we are very small and they are an enormous superpower, but the things that we have and the skill sets that we are able to provide to America are of massive value. And with time, many countries often do this change. They move away from dependency and into relationship. It's not clear-cut and it's not simple. Anyone who pretends otherwise is naive. But the process of this has to begin now. It cannot become another 20 years of this drawn-out deal in which we continue to stay dependent on them. These negotiations are imperative. This could be the opportunity to move us towards a path of independence. Maybe we'll get to use the MAGA hate to our advantage. I'm not talking about 100% freeness from the US. After all, the relationship benefits both sides tremendously, and we don't want them as enemies. I have endless gratitude for what they have done for us and believe that this relationship is truly mutually beneficial. All I'm saying is that it's time to move this relationship from a codependency to a healthy friendship. And thank God, Israel is starting to wake up to that. This is just a small part of the massive and dramatic shifts that this country has seen in the wake of October 7th. We've come to understand that everything, really, that we had in place just actually doesn't work. And whilst, yes, we have the left here in Israel fighting for this thing, unbelievably celebrating our Trump relationship whilst booing Netanyahu and not seeing him as any part of it at all, the right has been a little bit more discerning, a little bit more aware. They have noticed the Gaza aid that we've been forced to send and how that's kept this war going way longer than it needs to. And they've noticed many other things. This is just a small example of the changes that we're starting to see here in Israel. The shifts that really, really were a long time coming. We made so many strategic mistakes. And now, with the next cycle of elections, with us moving into a reality that is post-hostages and hopefully post the war, not that the war is exactly over yet, as we start to see how Gaza is rebuilt and what the future of Israel looks like, these kind of status quo things that we've all just come to accept, need to shift and change. The irony of this whole thing is that if you were to just read the regular media, you would think that the deals that we have are only beneficial to Israel. We just take from America. It's so unbelievable how much they managed to manipulate us into not actually seeing the truth. That this is not just a deal that's mutually beneficial to us, but it is actually much, much better for America. These are the kind of things that are not discussed with the uneducated in the media and definitely not on social media. And it is upon us to look at every topic that we've gotten used to and to start to dive a little bit deeper, to understand the behind the scenes, the context, what's really going on. Because if we don't do that, we make bad decisions. From the outside, it might seem like a 20-year military agreement sets us up for life. But what it actually does is it enables a continued dependency and a reality in which Israel can't build the economic infrastructure that it deserves to have or the security defense system that should be only ours so that we can always be protected in the future. This is the kind of education that we try and bring you on these episodes every single week. And I ask of you, all that you do as return is that you don't take headlines for granted. Do a little bit more of the work. Do that deep dive, because it only benefits all of us. It allows you to vote better, to make better decisions, and actually to see the truth as it is. I'm Meira, and I will see you next time.
On this week's ILTV Insider, we're tackling a deeply troubling trend, the growing normalization of the phrase, the Gaza genocide. Once an accusation, it's now being used as an accepted fact by academics, activists, and even journalists. What happens when language this charged becomes mainstream? How does it impact Israel's image, the Jewish people, and the global fight against anti-Semitism? Joining me to break it down are former member of Knesset Mossi Raz and former AP Regional Chief Dan Perry. Together, we'll explore what's really behind this narrative, the media's role in shaping it, and how Israel can reclaim the truth before it's too late. So I want to jump right in and get started with you, Zan. This idea that Israel committed genocide. And I say that in quote marks because we don't know. Did Israel commit genocide? You'll have to answer that for me. But it's become very normalized. Academia, political activists, obviously, but even in the media. Did Israel commit genocide, and how did this happen?
Well, it is a complex question that, in the end, reduces a global historic cataclysm on all sides, that is the Gaza war, into a question of semantics. But semantics can be important. So this word genocide, it means something to a lot of people. And it is defined by the 1948 UN Genocide Convention. And that Genocide Convention speaks very clearly of the intent to destroy people in whole or in part. The interpretation of that can go a lot of different ways, but I do not think it applies to a situation where perhaps a lot of people died in the context of an intent to achieve other ends. And Israel's purpose in the war in Gaza was to destroy Hamas and to remove them as a governing and military entity in Gaza, and to recover the hostages, that all those who are dead and all those who are alive. You see very clearly that the minute those goals are achieved, Israel's willing to end the war. Therefore, it simply is not a genocide, but there has been a monumental global campaign to attach this word to Israel's actions, and that campaign has leveraged the fact that in the public at large around the world, there is great confusion about what I just said, and there's a general sense that a large-scale death is a genocide, whereas in fact, under the Genocide Convention, you can have a genocide where no one died, but there was an intent. So there's a total disconnect.
So wouldn't you say Hamas committed a genocide then, but Israel did not?
In my view, the October 7th action by Hamas was absolutely genocidal. Their goal was to kill as many Jews as they can. The Israeli action that killed many more Palestinians than Jews that were killed on October 7th was not genocidal because its goal was something else. There was a dual goal that did not include kill as many Palestinians as possible. Now, I'm not naive. There were people in Israel that actually would share that goal, but we're not running the government. God knows I am no fan of the Netanyahu government, but that was not the goal of the government. And therefore, I would argue, A, it's not a genocide, but B, in the public comprehension of that word,